Hello, hello. Okay, it's on. Late? I'm late? I don't even know what time it is, honestly. Oh, I mean, yeah, I'm late. My fault, man. My apologies, man. It was not on purpose, honestly. It truly was not. Oh man. But how's it going, man? Wow. I completely lost track of time. Okay, I think I did everything. Oh, by the way, Titan. Tony, what's good, man? Titan. By the way, I was watching what is it called? What is it called? Um Apothecary Diaries? Ah man. Really good, really good. Really good. Let's bring this up a little bit. And then bring that. Have you seen a message saying that I need money? Question mark for from Instagram. That isn't me. Don't send me no money. I didn't. I haven't checked my messages on Instagram. What happened? Did you accidentally send that to me or something? I don't like. I don't like this. You got hacked? Dang. Sorry that happened to you, man. He just said it wasn't him. Ah, he did say it wasn't me. I just saw. This is how my mind went. I saw it all said Tony, and then I said, uh, "So have you received the message that said that I need money from Instagram?" And then I instantly skipped that one that said it was a me. Like, and then I read the rest. I don't know why I do that sometimes. Like even if I like audibly read it, I don't think of it. It's gone from my mind. But yeah, Titan. I watched the first season of Apothecary Diaries. Man, it's such a good show, man. What's her name? I forget her name. What is her name? I forget her name. Momo? I think it's Mo something. It's very nice though. I really liked it. My second favorite female-led anime. Second favorite female-led anime. Hmm. Let's go up and go down, down, up, down, over. My pen broke. Back to traditional for 2 days. Dang, how did it break? Like, did it break in like half, or like did the nib break? First of all, can you like send a picture of what your pen looks like? Like, what does your pen look like? I don't like rusty, very very rusty. How do you deal with art frustration? Because I'm trying to improve, but just frustrating. Well, I think this happens when I'm practicing for a very long time. Sometimes you just need to draw things for fun. You know, bring that back. Find something that is really cool. It could be a fan art. It could be something. So just try to find something interesting to draw, something fun. It doesn't have to like be anything with your characters or anything. Just something fun. It could be like a cool outfit or a cool scenario you have in mind, right? And then just draw that. Because what ends up happening when we're practicing for a really long time, it feels like homework, and we're conditioned not to like homework. So just try to find something fun to draw, something fun to do. Ah, I forgot about these. I forgot about this. This is a video that I wanted to see. Hold up. The tip of it broke. The nib? How the heck did it break? You must have been pressing hard on the screen.
Hip hop, when you haven't had a conventional come up, is always difficult. Fans know how to engage with someone who used to hustle in the corner, or eventually made it after years of grinding on the underground. But how was a rap fan supposed to get their head around an artist who first entered the public eye like this?
You have an accent of some sort?
From the street.
Oh my
You
god.
know, the fifth grade?
But I stopped at 7th if you want to get technical.
I never watched the whole video. Check Gen Chat. All right, let me see. I never watched the whole video. I stopped. I said, why is he talking like that? Oh, I know why. It's that. It's that thing from last video. What did they call it? The black scent. Let me see. Dang. What did you do? Oh, wait, it broke off? Is it like Oh, I remember this shit. Is it like removable, or is it like broken? Cuz you said 2 days. Does that mean you bought a whole new pen, or you bought a new tip for it?
Did you say the hoes are laughing?
Yep.
So the audience
Yeah.
are a bunch of hoes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Catch me outside. How about that?
Huh?
Catch me outside.
Oh my gosh.
Despite the fact that it looked like she would be rejected
Cash
and
me
moved
out,
forever,
son.
Danielle Bergoli, otherwise
Oh
known
my
as
goodness.
Bad Baby, is somehow still here.
What's up,
But
Bri? How's it
that
going?
doesn't mean it's been any easier to understand where she sits in hip hop or if she deserves to be there. And recently, life has been hitting her with even more.
Oh dang. Oh that. Oh dang. I wish she has a form. Dang, that's sad.
Curveballs, hence
That's
keeping her
sad.
name in the spotlight. With a messy beef spiraling out of control, she's once
Who
again
the heck
become
is
the
this?
center.
A beginner's guide to. Who the heck is this? Like you see. Hold up. Let me zoom in so you can see. Like she just looked. She just looked like an Instagram filter, you know, like a generic, like a generic Instagram character, you know. Like imagine you could create characters on Instagram. This looks like generic 2, you know, like you just filtering through.
Of attention.
Let me see. What did you say? Broken. Dang, you gotta buy a whole new pen. All right, so now you know. You gotta chill out with it.
Proving that drama never fails to make someone relevant.
What the heck? That's her now? Oh my gosh! She looked like she aged
Center of attention.
like 50 years. What happened? She looked old. Is that her?
Never fails to
Ain't no way that's her. Oh my gosh. Ain't no way that's her.
make someone relevant. It's your boy
I mean, she's moving like her. Like she's doing that dance thing that she does. That's crazy.
and this is the strange story of Bad Baby. Born and raised in Florida, you probably know by now that Danielle first came to prominence when she appeared on Dr. Phil.
My daughter is out of control. 13 years old,
First
extremely
of-
provocative.
Wait, first of all, extremely provocative. Okay. But
You
listen,
probably know by now that Danielle first came to prominence when she appeared on Dr. Phil.
My daughter
like, how are they getting this B-roll
Danielle first came to prominence
right
when she
here?
appeared on Dr. Phil.
How are they getting this B-roll? Like they just caught her off guard having a little pillow fight with her mom's.
is out of control. 13 years old,
They just have a video of her just smoking.
extremely provocative.
Danielle
Oh.
vanished with the keys to my crew member's car.
From the moment that iconic
Oh, that's
phrase,
crazy.
"Catch me outside" was spoken, it seems like Danielle's life was changed forever.
I was pressing mad hard.
Easy for her to
Yeah.
fade into meme status, forever known as the girl who couldn't walk down the street without hearing these iconic words shouted at her. But Danielle decided that she wouldn't be solely defined by that. And amid suing Walmart for using the phrase to make merch without her permission,
Really?
she decided to launch a music career. Obviously, there was plenty of skepticism to begin with, as we have seen plenty of pseudo-celebrities trying to rebrand themselves as rappers.
Pseudo
And
celebrities.
understandably, people thought it told us everything about where the industry was at.
Hold up.
At this point,
So pseudo celebrities, is that like kinda? Pseudo is like kinda, like a kind of a celebrity.
Hat could rap and get signed. However, as has been the case for her entire career, Danielle pushed through the hate and naysayers. Little more than a year on from her infamous Dr. Phil episode airing, she unveiled her new alter ego of Bad Baby. Co-written by
Bad
Sean
Baby.
Price and Brittany B, these hoes hit the Billboard Hot 100. Whether people streamed it because they genuinely liked the song or just wanted to hear how bad it was, it didn't matter. A stream is a stream, and they all count the same. Soon, she signed the deal with Atlantic, and with that, people were struggling to comprehend that she wasn't about to leave the spotlight anytime soon.
Danielle Bergoli, the Cash Me Outside girl, now has a record deal through Atlantic Records. I hope the album's coming out soon.
And unfortunately, it felt like a perfect example of the meme rap era we were stuck in at the time.
I wouldn't even call her a legitimate rapper more than she is kind of a novelty act, you know? However, she's being treated like she is a legitimate rap artist, like a legitimate rap star. Danielle has delivered a product that is pretty much on par with what you would expect from nearly every other popular rap artist who is going for more of a trap-oriented sound. You know, she's on par with nearly everything else, but that's because
It's glitching
she's
again.
on
I don't
par,
know
the
why.
bar is so low It's really easy to get in. It's not that hard to make this sound. It's not that hard to pull off this flow.
And while people like Anthony Fantano understood why she was trying to cash in, others weren't so sure. Labeled as an ignorant fool by Chanel West Coast, Bad Baby set the tone that she would be clapping back at anyone who threw shade her way.
So, obviously, you saw what Chanel West Coast said about you yesterday.
You know what's crazy? I did not know who that raggedy bitch was an hour ago. I just found out who she was. If you're gonna come for me, at least
Who? Oh my gosh.
make sure that I know who you are.
It wasn't just small jabs here and there. Some of hip-hop's biggest critics outright
It's
accused
glitching.
her
Okay, I need to try to find a way.
such as hot
Let me
niggas
think.
like Ebro.
Okay, let me try something.
Is about white kids wanting to mimic the worst aspects of black culture for fun. And while I've tried to
Pseudo
be
means fake?
open-minded and accept that all cultures have been affected,
Fake. But like because like Titan says he wants a pseudo realism style. So does that mean like a fake realism style? Or does it mean something different when combined with pseudo realism?
affected by black ghetto street culture, I can never be okay with this shit. Because I'm barely accepting of ignorant ghetto shit.
Okay,
I know
okay.
most poor black folks
Alright,
are
guys.
not ghetto fools. They are loving, hardworking, emotionally damaged humans wanting to be accepted by society. But once again, Bad Baby had no fear and said that Ebro doesn't know where she's from. If you can't appreciate turning nothing into something, then I need you to get a new fucking job. As this conversation kept going on
Crap.
around her,
Why can't
Bad
I-
Baby kept downplaying the allegations.
I look at that cultural appropriation shit and I just ignore it because it's ridiculous. It really is. You cannot act the color. You're not telling me I'm acting black because I'm not. I'm acting whatever you want to call it, urban. I don't even have a name for it. I just call it me. You can't tell me I'm acting black because I braid my hair. Like Asians started tattoos. Every single race has tattoos. How come they don't tell me I'm culturally appropriating, however you want to say it, because I have a tattoo?
Considering she was known for being a little unhinged, it was no surprise that she
Alright,
started
so hopefully it works
engaging
now.
in beefs with other figures, including throwing hands with the likes of Whoa Vicky.
Is this so crazy? Do this the right way. You're not even living.
Thrust
It's stylized realism. So pseudo can mean stylized as well. Okay.
into fame at the age of 14, Danielle was soon given all the world's attention, and she intended to harness it. At times, she did so by portraying herself in ways that weren't necessarily appropriate. And right away, there were people concerned that this could be a serious problem.
The one thing that sort of disturbs me about Danielle's music, there is like kind of a slight quality of over-sexualization of her by people in the
No,
industry.
you donkey.
She's so
Okay,
young,
okay,
you know?
okay.
It's a little creepy.
And sure enough, this would be a problem, with plenty of people, including Mr. Beast, talking like she was an adult.
And he did say that he enjoys the Catch Me Outside girl and thinks she's funny. So
Let's be real. You want to put your
Oh! Cancel him. Whoa! I mean, listen. If you go try to cancel Corey Kenshin for looking over to the side, we gotta cancel him for this. That's crazy. And listen. I'm not really calling for people to get canceled here. I'm just saying. We gotta. Hey, what's fair is fair, right? That's all I'm saying. That's crazy. What?
probably not.
Enjoying
I was hoping you would
enjoying
say
someone
yes.
and
Yeah, I
putting
would
your dick in
with you,
someone
yeah.
is a whole different story. Yeah.
She's like,
Wait, what did he say? They already tried? Oh, really? You're out the loop, yeah, I guess.
he was all try his eighth already.
I don't think she's in. They're too big to be.
This man keep digging.
Seems older than that. But
I don't think she's real.
Rumored to be in flings with Kodak Black, Trippie Redd, among others, she even found herself getting hollered at by boxer Adrian Broner, who said, "Text me, crazy girl." And And in the aftermath, he
That's
said that
crazy.
the problem was that she was presenting as much older than she was.
You think
Nobody wants to
you
take
think it's because this was a different time? Maybe. Look at it. We know you're a bit slow up there. Okay, now what's going on? First of all, first is Titan, and you know how Titan is, right? Titan just, and then now everybody's doing it. What's going on? But yeah, you think it's because it was a different time? Like I think, like it was never like fully like a like a big but it's so interesting. Interesting.
to date a kid, he said. But I fault Instagram for not having people's age on their profile. I thought she had grown the way she was out here moving. With songs like High Bitch and Gucci Flip Flops taking off and even hitting gold, she became one of the most divisive figures in hip hop.
Oh, especially because of the whole thing.
Yo, real quick, I saw you were in the studio cooking something up with Danielle Bergoli. Yeah. What do you got to say to people that are saying she's not a real rapper? What's your response to them?
Suck my dick. She is. She harder than a lot of niggas.
Is she?
On God.
Yeah.
And Cardi B, who said that she was proud of her and that her growth was beautiful. I'm hearing she's making a lot of money. I'm talking about millions. When people are making big money, I respect it. I don't give a how they make it, but
Yeah,
others involved
Cardi
in her
B is
come up, such as Dr. Phil, had observations about what he had exposed.
very money hungry.
This phrase that got turned into a, whatever, a meme or whatever they call it, just went crazy. And she was nominated for a Grammy or something? I'm serious. I take no credit or blame. I just did what I could. Does she have talent? Have you ever heard any of her music? Or
No,
anything?
I have no idea. I've
Me
only
neither.
seen her on your show
Yeah,
say,
thank
"Catch
you.
me outside."
Yeah, they say that somebody signed her and paid her millions of dollars. What I hope now is that
Cardi B
she's
sucks,
surrounded
yeah.
by mature people with business heads on their shoulders and development people that will actually guide this in a way that it's not 15 minutes.
Against the odds, Bergoli,
It
who claimed that she had
glitched
suffered
again.
abuse at Dr. Phil's turnaround camp, had become a success story. Now armed with the backing of a music industry giant in Atlantic Records, Danielle had achieved more than most people thought she could. Because after all, it's not like she was claiming to be or attempting to be the greatest artist of all time.
Did you always want to be a rapper?
I always loved music, but I don't think there was ever anything in me that was like, oh, you're gonna be a rapper one day. Like I just went into it how it.
What did you want to be?
I wanted to be a nurse. I wanted to work in medicine. Something about like.
It's always them nurses.
people.
I'm playing.
Do you
I'm
think
kidding.
you're a
I'm
good
kidding.
rapper?
I don't really care if I'm good or not.
Uh,
I myself as one of the best
Can you
because
try
I
to
feel
draw,
like I'm
please,
good
sir?
at it,
Try to draw what?
but I don't think I'm like top tier.
To date, Bad Baby's music career has really only amounted to one mixtape and around 25 songs. So it's no surprise that in 2021 she parted ways with Atlantic. Naturally, getting dropped by a label might seem like an indicator of failure, but instead, she was about to earn more money than she ever had in
Oh,
her life,
the whole.
even if not everyone approved of how it went down. Say what you want about Danielle, but she's always had an entrepreneurial mindset. After leaving Atlantic Records, she saw it as a strategic move rather than a setback. In an interview with Variety, she credited Kanye West for bringing attention to the importance of artists owning their masters, which made her realize how valuable it was to have full control over her music. She pointed out how major labels often dictate an artist's collaborations, release schedules, and earnings, sometimes keeping up to 80% of profits. I feel lucky to be 18 and now I get
Fire
to be
Heat
mine going forward.
is
I
from
have
Warrior
no
Cat
platform to get my music out
books.
to my fans.
What the
I'm
heck
going to just
is
push my
that?
own music on my label, but I am open to signing other artists, she claimed. I have a platform to help launch them, and I want them to be able to own their masters as well. But while platinum selling singles, endorsement deals, and a beauty brand all exploded the teenager's net worth, everything changed for Bergoli just days after she turned 18 years old. Wasting little time, Bad Baby set up an OnlyFans account. With a subscription price of $35 per month, the overwhelming demand for exclusive content from Bergoli resulted in her making over $1 million in record time.
That's
Thanks
crazy.
to the mix of subscriptions and generous tips from users. Not bad for 6 hours. She said on Instagram at the time, we broke the out of the OnlyFans record. What no one realized at the time was that this move pulled her back from the brink of financial ruin.
I wasn't really thinking much of it.
It's a book about warriors.
But I was actually
Never heard of it.
before I started OnlyFans. Like my mom was in control of my money, so she was doing whatever.
Wait, what happened, bro?
I had a $500 limit on my card.
But her financial struggles didn't last long. Over time, OnlyFans became so lucrative that by August 2021, she claims she made enough money to retire if she wanted to. But even though she was engaging with the platform, she certainly had no respect for the people who signed up for it so hastily. In an interview with Caleb Presley,
Fireheart.
she went as far as to suggest that they should be behind bars.
You joined only the night you turned 18,
I think so, yeah.
and people subscribed right away.
Yeah.
Should they be in jail?
Yeah.
Since then, she became 16th on Forbes' top creators list and reportedly made $57 million since 2021. And at one point, it was rumored that she made $23 million in July of 2024 alone. As a result, Bad Baby recently declared that I'm 80 million in. How about you, baby? But even that kind of money hasn't been able to buy her peace of mind. As at every turn, Danielle's personal life has remained in turmoil. For one thing, her relationship with her mom has persisted long after the Dr. Phil days. In fact, Danielle has revealed that her fame was no accident, and that her mother had always been plotting to turn her daughter into a figure of infamy. This came to light on the High Low podcast with Emily Ratajkowski, where she revealed
Oh
that her
my
mom had
gosh.
always been working
This chick.
High Low podcast with Emily Ratajkowski.
This chick. I'm at to hear you with the shut up, man. That shut up and dribble. Yeah. Honestly though, I have been slacking, so I understand.
Ratajkowski, where she revealed that her mom had always been working towards getting her on the show.
I actually found out on my 19th birthday that my mom had been emailing Dr. Phil since I was 2 years old. I didn't know like what I was walking into.
Of course, when you were 13.
And
On other occasions, Bad Baby has continued to speak out about the abuse she suffered at her mother's hands and the control that she attempts to retain over her. My mom shows the same pattern with everyone coming into my life, Bad Baby wrote. At this point, it's her, no one else. I live my life in fear of this lady every day. She's mentally sick and I'm scared of what she's capable of. Don't think I have her around because I want to, she continued. Every time I ask her to move out and offer to pay in full for a house for her, she threatens me and threatens my boyfriend and friends. I truly feel like my only way out of this is to die. Even if I put her in her own home and remove her from my life, that won't stop the threats and abuse. Despite everything that she suffered through, it's difficult to escape the first impression of who you were. And with the unlikely longevity that she's had, she feels she deserves to be known as something more than the Cash Me Outside girl.
call me the fucking youngest female of the decade to go play. Call me some shit like that. Call me the fucking Gucci flip-flops girl, the high bitch girl, the girl who got a fucking $1 million makeup deal, the girl who made over fucking $50 million on fucking
She
Call
look,
me whatever
her
the fuck
face,
you want.
like she definitely got some stuff done to her face. Now her mom evil, yeah. She definitely got stuff done to her face. Cause I know she got makeup on, but her face looked like different. Like it don't grow. It don't like. It doesn't go that way naturally from what it was.
Find a way to just be annoying about something. It's just kind of weird.
And these days, courtesy of the drama she's in, she's probably accomplished that. The only question is whether being involved in one of the messiest and pettiest hip-hop beefs in recent memory is the right
Who
move.
is that?
2024 was a mixed bag for Bad Baby. In March, Danielle and her boyfriend Levon welcomed their first daughter.
Oh my gosh.
To the world. After dating LV since August of the previous year, it seemed like she was building a life.
Wait, hold on. Are we gonna do the? You think she did Roblox? Probably did. I mean, Botox. Yeah, probably. I said Roblox. I mean, she did something. But are we gonna do the age game? It's always funny when they do that. When they're like, when they put like the. There was a video I saw on Instagram, and it was this guy, right? He was 30. He was 30. He was 30. He was 34, I think. No. I think he was 41, and his wife was 34 or something, right? And then it was fine, right? It was fine when they started, and then it just kept going back and like until like the first time they were together. And then the guy I saw him watching, he was like, hold up, all right, I think we should stop. It kept going, and it's funny because I'm just like, why do people Why do people do this? All right, let's go.
That might have been free of dysfunction of her past. But another shock was on its way when she let the world know in November of 2024 that she had cancer.
Oh,
Revealed
this is
amid
not funny.
accusations of eating disorder, Danielle let the world know what was really going down, writing on Instagram that she's sorry her cancer has made her lose weight. I'm slowly gaining it back, so stop running with the worst narratives. Despite how difficult it was, she remained determined to push through and even underwent a nose job along the way.
You see?
Literally 21 years old.
I know she had something done.
Cancer. Who knows how long I'm gonna be here for? You think I'm not gonna get my body and my face right and do everything that I wanted to do? Once I found out I had cancer, first of all, I was so happy that I was pregnant. I was so happy that I was doing something that I always wanted to do. I always wanted to be a mom. If you don't think I'm gonna live my life to the fullest and do everything I want to do without a care in the world about what you, or the next you got to say about me, I'ma do me like always.
When you're suffering through an ordeal like that, you need people around you. But where Danielle thought she'd found security and safety in Levon, she was about to realize that she was just in another toxic relationship. Rather than getting time to enjoy being a new mother or recover from what she dealt with health-wise, Bad Baby would find herself in a major dispute
Who?
with none other than Travis Barker's 18-year-old daughter,
Alabama?
Barker. According to Bad Baby,
Who the heck is Travis Barker?
Barker's 18-year-old.
Who's that?
Bad Baby would find herself in a major dispute.
But look. Don't she look like 17 people you've seen before? Like, why do they do this? I don't understand. Like, why? Why do they do this? They all look the same. It's very strange. Very strange.
Dispute with none other than Travis Barker's 18-year-old daughter, Alabama Barker. According to Bad Baby, Alabama stole her man, and there would be repercussions for doing so. I told LV next time I get
I really don't care.
be with
Okay,
her.
Titan, listen. You don't need to respond.
Simply read, single. Later, she explained that the real issue
We get it.
wasn't the
She a
alleged
copy
rape,
paste.
but the fact that Alabama had once tried to be part of her circle. She claimed that she wasn't angry as much as she was hurt, emphasizing that she usually keeps to herself and only spoke out because she was tired of seeing Alabama pull the same moves with other women. In her eyes, while men will do what they do, a woman knowingly interfering in someone's relationship, especially with a new mother, was a different level of disrespect.
That's so crazy.
Levon,
That's so
however,
crazy.
immediately denied
That's so
all of it.
crazy.
On my kids, you lying, and that shit you saying fabricated. LA know how you get down. You looking bad online after you just dropped. Lying, knowing what I've been through this year for your personal gain is crazy. From there, things only got messier as allegations of domestic violence began surfacing. During an emotional IG live session, a visibly shaken Danielle shared her side of the story, claiming that Levon had accused her of cheating with Chief Keef. However,
What?
based on what she revealed, the so-called
I remember Chief Keef. Didn't he have like a one-hit wonder?
call from Sosa, raising concerns that the situation
I don't remember what the song was though.
and more about control and manipulation.
Was he a one-hit
Levon
wonder?
went to go lay down. I go to lay down with him. When I get in the bed, Sosa calls me. Levon answers my phone. It didn't say Sosa at the top or nothing. It was just the phone number. But Levon answers the phone and you hear Sosa's voice saying, Danny, what's up? Or Danny, where you at? I was the one that cheated first. I cheated by calling Sosa from the jump. After Levon answered the phone, he busted my lip, broke my phone. I tried to stop him from leaving, and when he was
He was not?
trying to
Oh.
close the door, I put my hand in the way, so he accidentally slammed my hand in the door. My hand was literally hanging. My teeth were loose. It was just a whole big thing. I'm trying to wake E up, and I'm telling E, take me to the hospital. Meanwhile, the phone never hung up. The phone never hung up, so Sosa heard all this shit going on, right? E's drunk as fuck. He's like, Danny, go lay down. And I'm like, bro, okay. So I call Sosa, and I'm like, bro, I need to see a doctor. Like, I need to go to the hospital.
She's good at telling
So
stories.
he comes and picks me up.
As for Alabama, she immediately denied the claims, stating it's clear that he is manipulating her, feeding her a distorted narrative to justify.
He was a multi-hit wonder?
His actions reveal a
He's
lack
goated?
of disrespect
Hmm.
and consideration for her, and it's painful to witness her continuing to support him despite this.
Who am I
LV
thinking of?
deceived me, something I have evidence of, including messages, claiming he wasn't actually LV, that he was single, and that he didn't have an Instagram account. Before pointing fingers at me, I suggest looking at the source. With both sides sticking to their own versions of the story and no resolution in sight, the drama escalated on January 10th when Danielle dropped Overcooked, which was a diss track aimed directly at Alabama. tearing apart her character.
I didn't know
They
she had
flat out
other.
accused the 19-year-old messing around with a 34-year-old Soulja Boy and 35-year-old Tyga.
Oh my
And
gosh.
to make it wilder, she allegedly got pregnant by the Rack City rapper. Hayden ass tried to steal my baby daddy. Fucking on Soulja and Tyga got you pregnant. Bars like these had
No,
Soulja
she
Boy
doesn't.
ready to pull a Drake and
She doesn't like. I know it.
You got my name in your mouth, folks. Ain't your baby daddy beating the fuck out you every day?
I'm not laughing at this, by the way. I'm laughing at what Titan said. Cause the funny thing in my mind, like one before I even said, she tells good stories. I knew you were gonna say that, man. I knew you were gonna say that.
You got black eyes every time you go live. Like she was at my house in Malibu trying to suck my.
Okay, okay,
And I said no. So you mean to tell me because I ain't let you suck my.
okay.
You mad? You get on this internet.
All right, yeah. We, yeah.
Now when I sue your little and take that little OnlyFans money you got, then I'm wrong, right? I'm finna sue your stupid for defamation of character. I want 10 million.
In response, Alabama clapped back with a song of her own, with bars. Smoke to me is like an exercise, so tread lightly. I was out in LV, and LV tried to pipe me. I can't even cap, I didn't know he was your BD. I told Twin to chill, he said, you sweeter than some kiwi.
Why?
Alongside claiming Danielle was on perks, Alabama even threatened to expose
So-
her further. But
so-
despite her best efforts, some people thought the song wasn't the flex or chess move she envisioned it as. The entire
So
song was
disappointing. So disappointing. Like, why are these women out here like this, man? Not to sound like a modern day. Nah, you're right, Zura. They need something, cause they don't got it, and you see how they turned out. It's sad, and they got kids. I mean, she got a kid.
basically
It's sad.
Alabama admitting to everything she's been accused of. An entire song doubling down that you're a homewrecker. But with Alabama not exactly impressing anyone, Bad Baby was about to unleash the demon on Miss Whitman. Seriously, these bars are crazy. Why this bitch obsessed with me? I just don't understand. You S the D straight out my A. Who got the upper hand? I see why you ain't got no friends. You're Miss Alf, your man. She
What?
Tyga,
Who
Baby.
Who cares? Why is this like? Why does this matter? These are people that are like forever online. Like, because this is how my mind works. I always think about it like this, right? Imagine one day all your social media accounts, all of it just shut down, right? Everything. Imagine, right? All social media just gone, right? And you're out in the middle of like some desert or something. No, not some desert. Just in the middle of nowhere, right? You don't know where you are, and you're just out there, just walking in like a nice little town or something. All that stuff that was online, all the stuff that you're known for, quote unquote, is pointless. It really does not matter anymore. It's gone, right? But I feel like this is their life. They believe that this is the world, which is crazy to me. Truly crazy.
Baby, I saw the sonogram. Delivered over a sample of Kanye West's Carnival, the diss track went a whole lot harder than anyone really expected.
Bahad Bahabi kind of did her.
Bahad Bahabi.
Kind of cooked her ass.
Fresh from cooking her enemy, people thought this was a misguided move from Alabama to get in the ring. Given Danielle's reputation, how are you going to beef with someone who was ready to fight Dr. Phil's whole audience? Alabama thought she could come for
Stupid.
someone who was on Dr. Phil at 13 for Grand Theft Auto. But crazily, other people want to smoke too. Since then, Lil Tay had found her way into the display.
Oh my gosh, she's still alive? And I mean, when I say she's still alive, not like the actual person, but the personality.
Might be next. Lil Tay had
What the heck? She got choreographed dance. Yo, she looks so old, bro. It's sad.
want to smoke too.
Yo, she look. Yo, how old is this girl? Titan, look it up. She looks old.
Fight Dr.
It's sad.
Phil's whole audience. Alabama thought
It's
she could
it's
come for
sad.
someone who was on Dr. Phil at 13
Okay,
for Grand
I went
Theft
back
Auto.
too
They
far.
had found their way into the
Okay.
dub. Crazily,
Like, look. Ah, man, I feel bad. I truly do. But
Other people want to smoke too. Since then,
but look, what? I didn't know she was still doing her thing. Look at it. She got like a little oh my gosh, she got the money again. Oh man. She's in your gen? Oh, so how old are you, Titan? How old are you, man?
she might be next.
Bad baby, you clout chasing.
Oh my. She was like, what is that I smell? I smell an opportunity.
Twig ass bitch.
Oh, okay.
I see you got some shit to say about
Oh,
me.
oh.
I see
Did she say something about you?
you're still the same clout chasing ass bitch who's been obsessed
Titan's
with
like
me
34.
since I was 9 years old. How come you never want to say that shit to my face? What I've gathered is that you're still a dumbass.
Oh.
Okay, you're just
She sounds like she don't believe what she's saying. And she isn't she like 14?
When instead, what you should have been trying to fix was your brain and your self-esteem. Back in the day, I was 9 years old. I messaged you, and you ain't had shit to say. So if you're so tough and you're so about it, she sounds like she had a like a perfect 21. That's how old she is. She sounds like she has a great foundation, you know? Both parents, you know, went all the way. You know what I'm saying? She has a good crowd of friends. you want to catch me outside? Check your DM.
Because you hear her, how she speaks, compared to Bahabi. Like, just listen to her vocabulary.
I never want to say that shit to my face. What I've gathered is that
What I've gathered.
you're still a dumbass. Okay, you're just now a dumbass with a bunch of botched surgeries.
Oh, that's
Instead,
botched.
what you should have been trying to fix was your brain and your self-esteem. Back in the day, I was 9 years old.
Oh, Titan's 21.
And you ain't had shit.
She's 17? No, okay. No, she's 17, but Bahabi is 21.
If you're so tough and you're so about it, you want to catch me outside? Check your DM.
But the craziest thing of all is that due to this one diss track, people are now actually willing to give Bad Baby some semblance of respect. Bad Baby's redemption arc is crazy, but above all, the tide of this beef will likely lift everyone involved, bringing relevance into careers that might have been otherwise dwindling, even if it does feel like a little bit of a downgrade from the warfare we've been experiencing as of late. This beef, following Kendrick versus Drake, feels like MCU after Endgame. Now 21 years old, Bad Baby has outlasted any perceived ceiling on her career or relevance. And what's even crazier is that she's done it without even making the effort to have a come up in the first place. I never wanted to be famous, she told Variety. I wasn't working my ass off all night trying to make a name for myself. I was handed it, and instead of being an embarrassment and a joke for the rest of my life, I became something successful, and something that people can choose to look up for the right reasons, or choose not to.
Look up for.
As a result, people are now beginning to see the vision, suggesting that even though she might have left middle school in 7th grade, she's anything but the fool she's believed to be. She played Dr. Phil's old ass when she was 14. She's not dumb, never was. She's a decent rapper and an artist, and laughed her way out of her teens straight to the bank. People literally tried to destroy that girl, and she was just a child. Good for her. I hope she's doing well for herself. From her past through to the present moment, Bad Baby has suffered a lot, and at the moment, it doesn't really appear that things are getting any easier. However, what is clear is that her relevance is as bulletproof as ever, and now that she's even wound up impressing a few hip-hop heads with her vicious bars, the future might be looking bright for Bad Baby. As always, it's your boy Luesta, and I want to thank
Bahabi is her name. But the Lil Tay, is that her name? Lil Tay? She's 17 now. Dang, they grow up so fast, guys. I like, cause I thought she gave up with she gave up with the whole Persona thing. I didn't know she actually kept making songs. She had the whole choreography and everything down.
What started as a blog.
You got Corey's book? Nice. Nice.
post that was lightly poking.
You guys remember this girl? Oh, no, no, y'all too young.
Seventh grader turned.
Y'all too young to know who this is.
Dangerous when a group of internet scum orchestrated an attack known as Operation Black Friday. The hackers doxed Rebecca,
Dang.
releasing her home address, parents' work addresses, and the information for the middle school she attended, along with a copy of its calendar and a map of the campus.
It's Friday, girl.
Knowing exactly where she will be and when. The plan posted to 4chan's B-board read, "Here are some simple orders. 12 p.m. EST, start calling the school with all of the numbers and tardy bulletin. Fax as many nudes of anything, girl horse for example, and put Rebecca's name on it. At 1 p.m. EST, DDoS Arc Music Factory. At 3 p.m. EST, start requesting her sorry excuse for
Hold up.
music."
Dang.
On the radio. As if her life being in danger wasn't hard enough on
That's
the young
crazy.
girl, Rebecca Black's song Friday was the catalyst of relentless cyberbullying. It briefly became the #1 most disliked YouTube video of all time, and was widely regarded as the worst song and video ever made. This is the story of how the entire internet attacked a 7th grade girl, and how she ultimately got her redemption.
Why is it always 7th grade?
15-year-old Rebecca Black was initially inspired by her classmate Alana Lee, who released a song and professional music video called Butterflies. Now, Rebecca had been singing and dancing in school talent shows and musicals since she was a toddler. Therefore, the idea of making a music video sounded like a fun new experience. Becca went home and asked her mom if she could make one like her classmate. So they reached out to the company who produced the Butterflies video, Arc Music Factory.
Gotta get
Arc Music
down
was owned and operated
Friday.
by Patrice Wilson, who would ultimately create the viral song that turned Rebecca's life upside down. Making terrible pop songs for little girls was not Patrice's first choice as a career path. He started a record label but didn't have money to give artists for recording and marketing costs. Instead, artists would pay him using Arc Music as a gateway to the entertainment industry. For a couple $1,000s, Arc Music would write a song, get a studio, produce the song, take photos, record a video, and even submit all of that to more legitimate labels. However, Patrice soon realized his company primarily attracted one specific group: fame-hungry teenagers and their parents who could afford to risk the multi-$1,000 investment.
Yo.
These are all kids. We tried to go with being selective, but when you're also starting a business, vocals, or rapping his own verse, it's almost like he saw Ludacris jump on Justin Bieber's song Baby, which earned over 1 billion views, peaked at #5 on the Billboard Hot 100, and sold over 10 million units, and crafted his entire business model to try to recreate that moment. Now, Rebecca's mom just wanted to support her daughter's passion, so she paid the $4,000, and Patrice seemingly slapped together something that was good enough to fulfill the excitement of a 13-year-old girl.
Then they sent me, it was called It's Friday at the time, and I was just like, cute, okay, whatever. Nobody's gonna see this, like, let's run it, you know?
4,000 is crazy. Back then too.
At Rebecca's house with all of her real friends to make her more comfortable on camera, and Rebecca said the experience was pretty normal.
It wasn't really like this big glamorous ordeal or anything like that. I had gone to Forever 21 to pick out my outfit the day before. I had invited a few of my friends. I thought that would be a lot more fun. I remember doing that performance shot, not knowing what to do with my arms. So I think if you watch the video, like, I'm just standing and dancing like this for the whole time, which, God, it was a fun day.
Rebecca didn't hear anything back from Patrice for a few weeks after the shoot. She never got to see a rough draft or make any creative decisions on the video.
That's
edit.
crazy.
The first time she saw the video
He was
was
like,
when it was uploaded
he
to
was like,
YouTube
trust,
on February
trust,
10th,
I got it,
2011.
trust.
What did you think of the song and the video and everything at first?
I think I was probably more concerned about, like, myself than anything.
Yeah.
Like, I was so hyper-focused on, this is what I look like on camera, and just picking my own self apart, and like, I look a little awkward there, and like, because this was never meant to be like, this is my pop star debut.
Yeah.
Like, I was literally just on my own vibe, like, I didn't really consider it to be something that was going to be seen by a lot of people, so.
Yeah.
Becca got to show her friends and classmates the video, and it just seemed like it would be a cute memory for her to look back on. The video got 4,000 views in the first 28 days, but on the 29th day, Rebecca's world was about to come crashing down. But first, a quick word from today's sponsor, Aura. Bank of America recently announced...
Why does it look like you're drawing Dragon Ball Z character? Does it look like she looked? Oh, it's probably because of the eyes. Definitely. What is aura anyway?
Go to my link, aura.com/PatrickCC to try 14 days for free. That will be enough time for Aura to find out if any of your personal data is exposed. On March 11th, 2011,
So it's about
the song
personal
was
data.
posted to Comedy Central
Tosh.0. It's going full circle.
blog with the title "Songwriting Isn't for Everyone." At the time, the Tosh.0 website was averaging 3.2 million visitors, which was just enough traffic to start this viral storm. The blog post was merely criticizing the song's terrible lyrics, even acknowledging that she did not write them, which was true. It was written entirely by Patrice Wilson, and to be fair, the lyrics are pretty bad. The song is essentially about an average middle school girl's life on a Friday, waking up in the morning, eating cereal for breakfast, going to the bus stop, seeing your unlicensed friends drive up to your house, and not being confused by that, but rather not knowing what seat to take. Nobody wanted to admit it at the time, but the chorus was objectively catchy. Who doesn't love Friday? Who isn't looking forward to the weekend? However, the part where Patrice clearly exhausted the little creativity he did have was in the bridge where he had Rebecca sing, "Yesterday was Thursday, today it's Friday, we so excited, tomorrow is Saturday, and Sunday comes afterwards." And then of course he had to jump in to have his ludicrous moment. The Tosh blog poking fun at the lyrics was more than fair criticism. Others would not be so gracious, beginning to share some of the most hateful, vitriolic opinions about the young girl.
Wait.
There seemed to be a particular
Please. I don't care if it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. Just dang! Oh my gosh. This is crazy. Or something. You are not talented or good. How about you just dang, bro? Yo, people were brutal. I swear Rebecca Black just made history with the worst song I've ever heard in history. Please just oh my gosh. No effing way. Rebecca Black, like, hello, goodbye. What the heck? Oh my god.
trend of telling her to die. 4 days after the Tosh blog post, the official video for Friday had 7 million views. Stories on thousands of websites.
This is
blogs,
crazy.
Most of them sporting negative headlines such as
The track low-key
"Why do
nice.
we hate Rebecca Black?"
Yeah.
Rebecca Black's bizarrely bad video.
I feel like
and
nostalgic.
claiming it to be the worst video or song of all time. At that point, if you typed in "worst song ever" on YouTube, her video would be the first recommended.
That's
A
crazy.
few days after her explosive virality, Rebecca did an interview on the morning news and shared how harsh people were treating her.
You're so fat, and you'll never be pretty. You suck at singing. I hope you go and I think you should get an eating disorder because that'll make you prettier.
Additionally, Rebecca wanted to prove to her haters she could actually sing, since most people were critical of her monotone.
Yeah, didn't she make
voice
another
with the
song?
Auto-tune cranked up high, but they weren't exactly impressed with her acoustic version either.
Gotta make my mind up, which seat can I take? It's Friday.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. I never heard this song. Ain't no way she came out with an acoustic. Ain't no way. I never heard this version, bro. Let me go back. Let me start over.
Version either.
Gotta make my mind up, which seat can I take? It's Friday.
Unfortunately for Rebecca, the mainstream
Wow.
coverage just attracted more negative attention,
Yep.
sending the song into the tens of millions of views,
Dang.
most of which were just
100,000 dislikes.
There were definitely a lot of people just trolling, using her song and likeness as nothing deeper than a meme. Even deaf people said they were grateful they couldn't hear the song.
What? Oh, that's crazy.
However, you could imagine for a 13-year-old girl, it could often be difficult to tell the difference between harmless trolling and vitriolic bullying, especially with 4chan users doxing her and
What is
encouraging
4chan?
people to attack her middle school, or the countless death
It
threats
sounds
that
familiar.
prompted real criminal investigations. The bullying got so intense that her parents opted for her to be homeschooled, to which, of course, was celebrated as a victory for her online haters. It seemed like everything Rebecca did just amplified the hate. She appeared on The Tonight Show with Jay Leno, where she performed Friday for the first time.
Why?
She was accused of lip syncing when the backing track began before she even had the microphone in her hands, which is a totally normal practice for performers, but nobody was giving her the benefit of the doubt. At this point, the fastest way to go viral on YouTube was to simply make fun of or parody Friday. Countless
A worse
YouTubers,
Reddit?
including Nihahiga, Bart Baker, and Dasher XP, made remixes to the song. The Annoying Orange posted a Friday parody.
I
that
hated
has
Annoying
almost more
Orange,
views
man.
than the original. Several TV shows and media outlets poked fun at Black and her viral song. Conan O'Brien had a segment on his show where he made a parody of Friday called Thursday. In a less overtly mocking tone, Fox's Glee performed the cover of Friday in the episode Prom Queen. Just a couple weeks after going viral, her video officially surpassed Justin Bieber's Baby to become the most disliked video on YouTube. Patrice not only fulfilled his business prophecy, but he was able to one-up Bieber and Ludacris. Ironically, many celebrities were the ones who showed support for Rebecca.
Oh, unfortunately.
What do you think?
Oh,
Now,
unfortunately.
honestly, I'm never a hater. Oh, it's great. I actually liked it. I'll be jamming to it on Friday. Gotta get down on Friday.
He looked the
One of
same.
his shocking supporters was television personality and record executive Simon Cowell, who is a ruthless music critic. Simon advised Rebecca not to listen to anyone over the age of 18. I'm being deadly serious. Whatever she's done has worked. Whether you like her or not, she's the most talked about artist in America right now. Nobody over the age of 18 should understand her or like her, so she should just do it her way. Even Lady Gaga spoke out in support of Rebecca.
So what do you think about the future of fame through YouTube?
I think it's fantastic. I say Rebecca Black is a genius, and anyone that's telling her she's cheesy is full of shit.
However, the main criticism that seemed to be widely accepted as fair was the notion that her parents paid for her to be a star. These people must be fame-grubbing, artistically bankrupt, declasse narcissists. It's all so tacky. It's so sad. It's so shamefully desperate. Now, there is some nuance to be considered here. It's unfair to say Rebecca was desperate for fame, but since she was a performer since the age of 2, she did like the idea of becoming a star.
I just didn't know, like, I was like a fan of YouTube. I was a fan of like Justin Bieber and like all the things happening then. I wasn't ready for that then.
Since American media glamorizes the celebrity lifestyle, it's not uncommon for a young girl to desire the red carpets, bright lights, and fans screaming their names.
Wait, is it still up?
She loved making
Is
music.
4chan still
Then
up?
again, she never thought Friday would be seen by anyone. She even recognized Friday was not a good song, but she also did not write it. Other critics wrote, the only thing more horrifying than Rebecca Black's terrible Friday is the sad, easily exploited longing for fame she represents. This is a better critique of the industry as a whole. Rebecca was the product of an untalented record producer who was seemingly desperate for fame. It could be argued that Patrice used Rebecca and others to get himself publicity as a viral songwriter and music mogul, someone who could make your child's pop star dreams come true. He even hosted talent auditions on Good Morning America for his next star, only for it to be a commercial for his auto-tuned microphone toy. To make matters worse, Rebecca and her mother sued Arc Music Factory for copyright infringement and unlawful exploitation of publicity rights. The original agreement was that Black would own the exclusive rights to the song since they paid the recording and production
Oh yeah, that's true.
costs.
We
But
paid
then
4K.
Arc Music began selling ringtones without their permission. Selling ringtones
Oh yeah,
was
we
a
suing.
lucrative business in
Are
the
we
early
suing?
2000s, generating billions of dollars annually before smartphones and streaming services took over. Customers paid anywhere from $1 to $4.99 to purchase a single ringtone. Since Rebecca was meant to own the rights to the song, all of the profits should have been going to her, but they weren't. According to an assessment made by Billboard, the 13-year-old was netting roughly $24,900 per week from track sales. The sales and streaming data actually launched the song to the number 58 spot on the Billboard Hot 100. Arc Music later even tried to charge $2.99 to watch the music video on YouTube. Patrice and Arc Music were trying to unlawfully snag whatever revenue they could. At this point, Rebecca had the worst introduction to the music industry and fame you could imagine. Most people in her position would crack under the pressure. But
Yeah,
she
that's
did
why I'm
not.
like, I'm crazy.
She fought
It's crazy
back,
that she
first
stood
by
stood up.
embracing the memes, the song herself.
Gotta have my bowl, gotta have cereal. That line is about consumerism. I gotta have my bowl. I
Okay, she cool. She cool. She flipping the script.
And for some people, it's a mortgage, and others, it's a bowl of cereal.
Well, the choice between the front seat and the back seat is actually a metaphor for American foreign policy. Front seat, Afghanistan, back seat, Iraq. We gotta make our mind up.
Then by fighting Arc Music to retain full ownership of her song and re-uploading it to her official YouTube channel. My mom said to me, "We can either keep it up on YouTube or take it down." I said, "No, I'm not going to give them the satisfaction of making me take it down. No,
Wow.
this is going to work out. I just want to let it go.
Wow.
Let it do its thing."
Wow.
Were you guys ever actually able to make any money from that whole situation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I own the master of those songs.
Okay.
I didn't write it, so I don't own the publishing, but I own
So you own the recording. So anytime anybody used the song, you get paid. So that's nice though that you at least made a little bit of money from it. And you still are you still getting paid for sometimes people use it? And
Yeah, sometimes.
Nice.
Patrice desperately tried to recreate this viral moment with other young acts after Friday, but failed miserably. Rebecca then started posting YouTube videos consistently, building a real fan base of people who understood that she was just a normal girl who got stuck in an unfortunate situation.
I think I don't want to have to like look back when I'm older and be like, wow, I wasted all the time being young, being unhappy.
She was even
Wow,
invited
good
to
for
star
her.
in Katy Perry's music video for her hit song last Friday night.
Oh,
She continued to
yeah.
release singles,
I
but
don't remember
none of
it.
which matched the success of Friday, with fans believing that her debut was what caused the lack of support. If this was pushed by Disney, it would have been loved. In 2013, Rebecca teamed up with YouTuber Dave Days to release a song titled Saturday, peaking at number 55 on the Billboard Hot 100. Some felt this was a positive way for her to jab back and embrace the jokes. However, others looked at this as a mere desperate attempt to gain attention,
Yeah,
which
that's true.
resulted in more memes and a resurgence in bullying. And as a result, she finally decided it was time to step away. So there came a point where everybody that I was working with, management, all of that, I let go of all of them, and I just stopped. My parents and I agreed I'm going to go back to high school. Yet again, Rebecca had the foresight to recognize how this was all not going to play out in her favor. People feeling sorry for you is not a good way to build a fan base, nor can you just jam music down people's throats. So instead of continuing to do that, she spent time figuring out how to write her own music
She's
and
smart.
put in the 10,000 hours to discover her inner artist.
Just as I started to grow into like adolescent version of me, music became the thing that really changed my life and saved my life in a lot of ways. And that was something that I knew I had to dive into myself without other opinions. So when I graduated high school, I moved up and I just started writing, and I wrote a lot of bad songs, like a lot. I had to go through that in order to really learn the repetition, and also learn that like if I'm ever gonna do this in a way that is meaningful and good, I have to trust that I have something to say, which is like artist 101.
She re-entered the game with a significant social media following, who remained open-minded towards her new music. In the summer of 2016, Rebecca released the song titled The Great Divide, her first release of new material in almost 3 years. It reached number 23 on the US dance
Dang.
charts, but that would unfortunately be her last song to make the charts. Every year since 2016, she kept her foot on the gas, dropping multiple songs per year and experimenting with various genres, refusing to give up on this dream. Then, in a dramatic twist of fate, the very song that once destroyed her, she was able to rewrite its history and catapult a resurgence in her career. In 2021, to commemorate the 10th anniversary of her infamous debut, Rebecca Black released a hyperpop remix of Friday,
What?
produced by Dylan Brady of 100 Gex, and featuring eclectic artists such as Dorian Electra, Big Freedia, and 303. The track was reimagined to a frenetic symphony of glitchy beats and warped vocals. The music video is a kaleidoscopic explosion of Y2K aesthetics with futuristic elements. She was also able to get herself a
Oh my
recognition
gosh.
from Daniel Tosh, the man who arguably caused this virality in the first place.
Do you blame me for making people aware of the video? Or do you give us credit for making it?
I do give you credit.
Or you give us credit
all
for
the
it?
time.
We were obviously, let's not, we weren't like, oh my God, this is the greatest song in the world. We were like, look at this This is insanity.
I mean, it was a little bit insane.
I mean, some of the lyrics are silly.
Yeah.
Her debut studio album, Let Her Burn, received generally favorable reviews, solidifying her place in the hyperpop realm.
She did it. Rebecca Black made a solid little album and proved she is capable of pulling together a respectable pop record.
Recently, she performed a phenomenal Boiler Room DJ set where she showed her deep knowledge and taste for hard-hitting techno bangers, and the crowd went absolutely wild in support of her playing a Friday remix.
Oh.
She had two
Hey!
choices.
I'm like-
Make this song ruin my life, make this song make my life. Actually mad inspiring to see how she flipped the script.
That is cool how she
At
flipped it, though.
first, it was funny to tease
You know what to
Rebecca Black,
expect.
but now people recognize we were way too harsh on an innocent 7th grader who was just trying to have a fun new experience. Friday was always a bad song, and it still is. But Rebecca rewriting her narrative and earning a genuine fan base from her hard work and creative vision could be one of the most respectable redemption arcs in history.
That's cool.
The devil works hard, but Kris Jenner works harder.
Oh dang. I mean, probably. She do be doing some stuff.
Anything. The death of ownership is here, and the subscription model industry has quadrupled since 2014. Buy now, pay later is booming, and debt is on the rise. And Gen Z are the guinea pigs in this new experiment. Today, Generation Z is in record levels of debt, while earning far less than the generations before them. So let's take a look at the day-to-day life of someone growing up in the anti-ownership economy. However young or old you are, the first thing most people do when they wake up is look at their phones. Over 80% of people will do this in the first 15 minutes of the day. For some people, it's just an alarm clock, but most are plugging into the
Watch
digital
that R.
world
Carly
as soon
one?
as possible.
Which one?
The smart
Which one? There's the iCarly one? iCarly,
On the set of the most popular live-action show in Nickelodeon history, iCarly, Miranda
This one?
Cosgrove and Jeanette McCurdy appeared to be great friends, and they were. However, Jeanette was suffering, and nobody knew about it. Jeanette was forced into acting by an abusive mother who did things you would not wish on your worst enemy, but she couldn't escape because on set she was being manipulated by a powerful Nickelodeon showrunner.
Oh.
The director. Show some respect, Jeanette. Respect. No smiling. If you all right. Take $100 off her check.
Oh.
Miranda, on the other
This man was like, give me that money. That's crazy. Yo, this manga's low-key wild. It's the latest one. That's crazy.
other hand, was raised in a loving home with
Especially
parents
depending
who
on how
worked
much money
hard to
they
keep
make.
her emotionally secure. Without realizing it, Miranda became a part of a story far more tragic than she could have imagined, and the choices she made would change Jeanette's life forever. This is the dark side of iCarly, how one young girl thrived while the other barely survived. Jeanette's life started out as nothing short of hell on earth. Born in Southern California to a poor Mormon family, Jeanette grew up witnessing her mom,
Mormon
Deborah
family.
McCurdy, battle stage 4 breast cancer. After learning about her diagnosis, Deborah became a hoarder, attaching meaning and significance to even the tiniest objects. Their home
Hoarder.
quickly became suffocated
My
by
aunt.
overwhelming piles of
My aunt is a hoarder. Give me 1 second. Let me move this thing real fast. I mean, I guess you guys can still hear it. Actually, I want to hear this, so wait. We're gonna have to wait. All right, we're good.
random stuff. It got so bad that Jeanette and her brothers could no longer sleep in their own bedrooms and had to resort to gymnastic mats laid on the floor in the living room. It really did not feel like a home. It felt like a place of chaos and of turmoil and turbulence.
Oh no, a
Jeanette's
Mormon.
mother always dreamed of being an actor, so she projected her own unattainable aspirations onto her daughter. And despite her daughter being a shy and uncomfortable performer, she was clearly a promising young talent, making guest appearances on Mad TV, CSI, Malcolm in the Middle, and Law and Order. Deborah's need for control.
The CSI one, I feel like I remember.
CSI,
I feel like I remember.
Malcolm in the Middle, and
Malcolm in the Middle, I don't remember. I don't remember her in
Order.
Malcolm in the Middle.
Deborah's need for control went beyond strict parenting and managing her daughter's acting career. It was an all-consuming obsession that dictated every facet of Jeanette's existence. She would shower Jeanette for her until she was 11, oftentimes putting Jeanette and her 16-year-old brother in the shower together. She shaved her legs for her and performed
I think that's a little much.
routine breast and vaginal exams on Jeanette to check her for cancer. Her mom even taught her how to restrict her calories in an attempt to delay puberty.
Yo, look at that.
And appear younger to land more jobs, essentially encouraging Jeanette to become anorexic.
You know what's wild? The main character from Malcolm in the Middle is a race car driver. I feel like I did hear something like.
Asked if there was a way that I could stop the boobies from coming in, and she told me, well, there's a thing called calorie restriction, and it became.
I knew it. I knew it as soon as I saw that bottom tag at the bottom. We're back to them, guys. Why did she cut her hair?
Our sort of secret.
Yeah,
code
Frankie.
and something that
What is his name? What's his name? No, I don't know him from Malcolm in the Middle. I mean, I saw Malcolm in the Middle, but I know him as Agent Cody Banks. Yeah, Cody Banks. What y'all watching? iCarly, Jeanette McCurney, and Miranda's Legacy.
I can look at you from across the room and
Wait, no.
you got me.
Jeanette's Nightmare. Miranda's Legacy.
And I got you, and we were just in the disease, in the sickness, but there was a connection that the sickness created that I, of course, couldn't see at the time.
Her favorite foods soon became sugar-free popsicles.
Yeah,
applesauce,
Agent Cody
and
Banks.
unsweetened iced tea, and her dinners often consisted of iceberg lettuce with dressing spray and
Oh
ripped
my
up pieces of
gosh.
low-calorie bologna.
Dressing
This also
spray?
made for a confusing dynamic, as Jeanette's character on iCarly was obsessed with food, constantly indulging in binge eating, which to her almost felt like a mockery of her real life. But again, nobody knew what Jeanette's mother was doing to her. Not only was she a malnourished child, but she also dealt with the same stresses of adult actors on set.
That's a good question. I remember I would cry on several occasions when it just felt like it really got to be too much, and I tell my mom, I don't want to do this anymore. But she would either say like, "Nat, you don't mean that," or she'd say, "Well, we need this." So there were kind of two different arguments that she would hit me back with, and then I'd feel guilty. And, would keep doing
As
it.
a
Which
kid,
is why when she
that's
landed
crazy.
the role of Sam Puckett on iCarly at age 14, she thought it would be a breakthrough moment. Everything's going to be better. Mom will finally be happy. Her dream has come true. Unfortunately, iCarly was not going to be the saving grace that Jeanette had hoped for. But the one bright spot was the close friendship she formed with her co-star, Miranda Cosgrove. Unlike Jeanette, Miranda's
I'm glad that
parents
was
never
real.
intended to force
I'm
their
glad that was real. Is manga pretty good? Nice. But I'm glad that it's real because like a lot of these friends that you see in like movies and shows, they don't like each other. Or they're indifferent. So I'm glad that it's real. Yeah. Like, we're not gonna worry. We're not gonna pay attention
An
to that.
agent discovered Cosgrove at a Los Angeles food festival with her parents. Her mother, Chris, inspected the business card but remained hesitant to put her child in front of the camera. So they started off slow, first getting her appearances in Burger King commercials and then occasionally auditioning for theater and television roles. However, Miranda's life drastically changed after
Oh, this is that movie right there, man. What you gonna say? This one sucks too? Are you gonna say this is trash too? Huh, Titan? What are you gonna say about this movie? Is it good?
film stars Jack Black as Dewey Finn, a down-on-his-luck musician who poses as a substitute teacher at a prestigious prep school. He then discovers his students are musically talented and secretly turns them into a rock band to compete in the Battle of the Bands. Cosgrove plays the role of Summer Hathaway, the hilariously uptight and naive band manager.
What's the matter?
You want me to be a groupie?
Well, groupie's an important job.
I research groupies on the internet. They're sluts. They sleep with a band.
School of Rock was
That was a movie, man. You don't remember that movie? It was a good one.
unanimously loved by fans and critics, grossing over $131 million at the worldwide box office. Miranda performed the role of a bossy yet charmingly smug child so well that it made her the obvious choice for the role of Megan Parker in the legendary Nickelodeon teen sitcom Drake and Josh. But Miranda didn't even understand how massive this opportunity was. When I really understood I was acting, since I did it from the time I was so little, I never thought of it as a job, and I didn't realize that everybody didn't do it. Miranda was so innocent, not even knowing she was working, compared to Jeanette, who became painfully aware of her reality as her mother taught her how to starve herself to secure more acting roles to pay the bills. It's shocking to learn of Miranda's innocence, considering her character on Drake and Josh was borderline evil.
Yeah.
Drake and Josh aired on Nickelodeon from 2004 to 2007 and follows two teenage
Every
boys
time
who
she
become
was on
stepbrothers
screen,
after
I
their
was
parents get
terrified.
married. The
I
two
was like, what
boys
the heck is
could
she
not
about to
be
do?
more opposite. However, they would bond in fear of their cunning and mischievous little sister, Megan. Megan takes great pleasure in tormenting her older brothers.
What makes you think that I would have the baby?
Because you're a devious, twisted little girl.
Why, thank you, Drake.
While she appears sweet and innocent to adults, she is secretly always plotting elaborate schemes to outsmart Drake and Josh.
No way. You just hustled me.
No, I didn't. I just pretended to be bad so that you'd bet me, and then I stopped being bad and I took your money.
That's hustling.
There's a word for it? Cool.
Miranda's devious charm helped solidify Drake and Josh as the most beloved and influential live-action sitcom on Nickelodeon at the time, drawing in millions of viewers per episode, peaking at 5.8 million viewers for its highest-rated special. Miranda's parents were wary of the impact that fame could have on their daughter,
Megan.
so they did everything they could to maintain a normal lifestyle, such as choosing to still live in the house where Miranda was born, and her father continuing to work every day at his dry cleaning business. Her parents also tried to keep Miranda in public school.
In elementary school, I just remember thinking, wow, I'm popular. All of a sudden, I don't think I was thinking about it too much. And I remember, like, the kid that I had a crush on who didn't know I existed all of a sudden
Yo,
talked
this
to
is
me.
the way
Like,
to
it
do
was-
it, man.
I think I just thought things were coming up roses.
However, by the time she reached 6th grade, her acting schedule clashed with her education, and Miranda needed to make a huge decision. It took a lot for my mom to give in. I remember her asking, "Are you sure you want to do this? Are you sure you want to stay in acting?" And also,
Yo, W moms, this is like the way to go. Like, she was so like, hey, we could stop this right now. Listen, we don't really need it like that much. You go stay in the house that we. This is the way. This is why she ain't crazy. You see these other ones, all these other child stars who crazy is because their parents just let them do it. But she like, listen, you at your peak right now, right? You at your peak right now. Do you want to stop? We can stop. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. That's W moms, bro.
noticed that 10 and 11-year-old Miranda Cosgrove actually had a choice, something that most other child actors don't have. She ultimately chose to pursue acting and leave a normal life behind. Miranda immediately transitioned to private schooling on set with Drake and Josh.
I remember when I was doing schooling, at first you guys were with me, and then within 6 months, you both were no longer. I don't remember if it was because you graduated or if it was because...
God,
I kept
that's so
saying
good.
to my mom, "Where did Drake and Josh go?"
Kevin, the teacher, you remember Kevin?
Oh, Kevin Mall, I remember him, yes.
Kevin Mall.
Well, he used to make me raise my hand. I was the only one when you guys left in the classroom.
They made you raise your hand and you were the only one in the
That's crazy.
Yes,
classroom?
he said he he was preparing me if I ever had to go back to regular school.
Most
That's
child
crazy.
actors in Miranda's position, like Jeanette, feel extremely isolated, missing out on normal childhood experiences while they spend long hours on set under the intense pressure to perform. Their social circles are typically limited to co-stars, adults, and industry professionals, which never gives them a break from essentially this made-up fantasy world they live in. But Miranda's parents made key decisions that set her on a much different path than Jeanette. The California Labor Code, Section 1308.5, requires that a parent or legal guardian be present at all times when a minor is working in the entertainment industry. Since Miranda's mom was always hovering around her
That's
on
good, at
set,
least.
she kept her in check. In one instance, Miranda unintentionally ignored someone leaving her dressing room, and her mother made sure she acknowledged their presence and said goodbye. Miranda, Chris said sharply, someone said goodbye to you. Cosgrove stopped short and turned around. Oh, I'm so sorry, she said earnestly. Goodbye. It was nice to meet you. It may seem
Oh, listen. This is a W, mom. You heard what just happened? Her mom said, she said goodbye. Oh my, you see, this is why she's not crazy. When I tell you this is why she's not crazy, this is why she is not crazy. Her mom said, yo, she said goodbye. Say something. And she said, oh, sorry. I what? Man, W mom again. Oh my gosh.
But enforcing normal social rules and instilling discipline into a child who could have easily turned into a diva is likely what helped Miranda become so normal.
I actually do cuss a little.
Do you?
Also, yeah.
What's your favorite curse word?
Probably.
Drake and Josh ended when Miranda was just 14
So
years old.
innocent.
With plenty of years ahead of her and obvious star power as a child actor, Nickelodeon had no choice but to build a new show around Miranda. That show would bring together two young girls who were
The
living
greatest
drastically
show.
different lives.
The
behind
best
the
Cartoon Network. I mean,
Dan Schneider,
Nickelodeon
who was the head
show.
producer, writer, and creator at Nickelodeon, originally planned to create a show where Miranda plays a normal girl who gets cast to star in her favorite TV show called Starstruck. However, he would ultimately scrap the idea and begin the development for iCarly, a show about a group of teenagers running their own online web show, long before YouTubers and social media influencers became household names.
We're gonna make spaghetti tacos! A dish invented by my brother Spencer, whose real name is Letitia McPeanuts.
iCarly
Oh
was
my
way ahead of
gosh.
its time because it predicted the
So
rise
good.
of online entertainment and showed how young people could build an audience outside of traditional media platforms. iCarly also had a real website where they asked fans to submit content and participate in challenges. The show's humor, quirky characters, and fast-paced storytelling feels like you are watching a kids-oriented YouTube channel or a Twitch show, except with an unreasonable amount of foot jokes.
And this week we found the biggest weirdo yet. There he is, peeling a banana while he waits for the bus. Now, you think he's gonna eat the banana, right? Well, think again. Yep, there he goes. Doing the peel. What a freak. And that's why the new champion of Who's That Weirdo in My Neighborhood is Crazy Fruit Dude!
Miranda portrayed a character that was similar to her real-life personality, sweet, wholesome, and silly. Jeanette's character, Sam, almost hit a little too close to home. Sam Puckett was known for
Yeah,
his tough, no-nonsense
Starstruck.
attitude, sarcastic
They had a
humor,
song.
and rebellious spirit.
I got kicked out of the cafeteria for slapping Gibby with a piece of pizza.
Why did you slap Gibby with a piece of pizza?
I found it on the floor. I wasn't gonna eat it.
However, the writers included a darker side to Sam, making her one of the most complex characters on the show. She can definitely be seen as problematic and borderline toxic at times, frequently resorting to physical violence which could make her seem like a straight-up bully.
I don't see a car. All I hear is a lot of prattle. And
She can also be manipulative, pressuring Carly into decisions that could get her friend in trouble. But looking beneath that layer, you can also see Sam as a victim of self-destructive behavior, especially considering her on-screen relationship with her mom, which again, I should remind you that nobody knew her struggles.
Yeah, that's the
with her
crazy thing.
real mother. Her iCarly mom, Pam, was irresponsible.
Yeah, she was
and
terrible
often
too.
absent. Sam was constantly locked out of her house, finding her own food, and was clearly lacking guidance, which may have forced Sam to develop a tough exterior.
Mom?
I know who I am.
I love you. Mother.
What, you think I don't love you?
Never say it.
Well, it's not easy to say I love you to a daughter who thinks I'm, scummy.
I don't think you're scummy. All the time.
Really?
Yeah, really.
iCarly is considered by many to be the greatest Nickelodeon live-action show in
Yes, it
history,
is.
and the numbers would agree. The series averaged over 6 million viewers at its peak, and the most watched episode, I Saved Your Life, aired to 11.2 million
Oh, that's the
viewers, which is
episode
the
where what's the name
second
got hit
most
by
viewed telecast
a
in
car or
Nickelodeon
something.
history. You would think Miranda and Jeanette were on top of the world, but a decade later, we would find out the horrors going on behind the scenes. In Jeanette's memoir that was released in 2022, she describes the grim experience working with the creator, which many have interpreted to be Dan Schneider. McCurdy wrote that the creator was mean-spirited, controlling, and terrifying, firing children over basic mistakes and making grown men and women cry with his insults and degradation. You can see a glimpse of this alleged behavior as Dan often walked around the set with his own personal camera, filming behind-the-scenes content to share on his personal blog, danwarp.com.
Stop laughing at the director. Show some respect, Jeanette. Respect. No smiling. All right. Take $100 off her check.
Although it seems like he is just joking, knowing what Jeanette was feeling inside drastically changes the perspective of a clip like this. Jeanette also made major accusations that Schneider supplied minors with alcohol, quoting him as saying, "The Victorious kids get drunk together all the time. The iCarly kids are so wholesome. We need to give you guys a little edge." This allegation may have been corroborated by the actor who portrayed
Avon
on
Jovier,
Victorious, who posted a TikTok that read, "When you don't remember the plot line to a single Victorious episode, but you remember going out partying every night." Jeanette even claimed that Dan would provide unsolicited shoulder massages or demand others to give him massages.
Yeah, when he got hit
which
by a truck,
Dan
yeah.
admitted to.
Let's talk about the massages. Okay. Watching the content yesterday.
Oh, this is the smoothie guy. Yo, listen. In I remember years ago, I Googled who this guy was. You know who they said he was? They said he was 2 Chainz. They said he was 2 Chainz. That's what they said. That's crazy, ain't it?
It was wrong. It was wrong that I ever put anybody in that position. It was the wrong thing to do. I'd never do it today. I'm embarrassed that I did it then. I apologize to anybody that I
T-Bone,
put in that
yeah.
situation. And even additionally, I
He had the
apologize
bagels.
to the people who were walking around Video Village or wherever they happened, because there were lots of people there who witnessed it who also may have felt uncomfortable. So I owe them an apology as well.
Looking back on some of the behind-the-scenes content with new context,
Oh, look, she looks
many perceive
scared.
Dan to be too handsy and touchy. Look at how Miranda steps away from Dan and he proceeds to make his way around her back and hugs her from behind as she seemingly...
Yo, she trying to run. Yo. Look, and she looks terrified.
To be too handsy and touchy. Look at how Miranda steps away.
No,
from
she's
Dan
trying to
and
run
he
away.
proceeds to make his way around her back and hugs her from behind.
Oh
as she
my
seemingly
gosh.
freezes up. However, still to this day, Miranda has never spoken out.
She looks scared. Oh man. Ah man. Come on now.
Out against Dan Schneider, so we don't know if she truly had any traumatic experiences
Look.
working under him. However,
What
we
is he
do know
doing?
that iCarly was the foundation of Miranda and Jeanette's friendship, even though Jeanette's mother tried everything she could to prevent it. Jeanette writes, "On set, Miranda said cuss words like sh and ass, and she took the Lord's name in vain at least 50 times a day. Mom warned me
Innocent
not to
Miranda?
get too close to
I
Miranda
don't believe
because
it.
she doesn't believe in God." Jeanette explained how her mother skewed her view of female friendships and she would cast them in a negative light.
My mom was always saying, men will never really know you and they'll hurt you, but women will know you deeply and then they'll hurt you. You tell me which is worse.
As a result, Jeanette was
First of all, hold up. Listen, this is gonna be controversial, but her mom ain't wrong. Think about it. Listen to what she just said.
light.
My mom was always saying, men will never really know you and they'll hurt you, but women will know you deeply and then they'll hurt you. You tell
Hey, that kind of sound like fast. I mean, listen. Just hear me out. Hear me out. Think about it. And then think about it some more. Okay.
Tell me which is worse.
As a result, Jeanette was cautious around other girls, but by now she was a teenager, and even her mother's manipulative tactics couldn't prevent her from getting close with Miranda. Miranda and I spent hours talking every day. Even though in person Miranda seemed shy and quiet, she had a distinct and hilarious personality through her written words. So many of the things she said made me laugh. Her way of observing things, people, habits, human nature. I loved her, and I was so excited we were becoming friends. Jeanette kept the dark reality of her home life a secret. She hid it from Miranda and from everyone. So the fact that her and Miranda truly became friends eliminated the idea that it could have been out of pity. It was genuine.
My best friend is Jeanette McCurdy, who was on iCarly with me, and we live really close to each other, and we have sleepovers all the time, and like I literally see her like.
Got any story? Listen. I thought you would never ask, bro. I'm playing. But honestly, bro, listen. All right. So it's like this, okay? It's like this. The thing about women is, right? This is the thing about women. They're very motherly, let's say. Right? They're loving, they're soft, they're kind. That's what they show you, right, Titan? Right? And then what ends up happening is then you just feel safe enough to like talk to them about, things, right? And this is where you really mess up, right? This is where you really mess up. Then you start talking about life and other things that, this is why you never do it. But then you just start doing it because you just feel so comfortable and you're just like, and you just start talking about stuff, right, bro? And then you mess up. You goof. You do something that makes them mad. Guess what they do, bro? Guess what they do? They go back in the core, find that thing that you said, and then they let it out. They let it out. Just because they feel hurt. They feel hurt, right? Because it's like, they hurt, and they dig deep. You know what I mean? Like, if you piss one of your boys off, right? This is why you guys can still, like, hang out a week after. I remember my best friend, years ago, right? When I was, like, 10 or something? Or 11? I forget what it was. But he made me mad, so mad. We started fighting, right? Right? Tell me why the next day everything was cool. Because it wasn't that deep. You know what I mean? He knows things. He knew things about me, right? But he didn't throw it. He didn't bring it up. He left it aside, right? But let's give an example. All right? Let's give an example. You tell, like, the love of your life or something about something you did, something that happened to you when you were younger, right? It could be somebody you lost or I don't know, whatever, something tragic, right? And then this is what happens, right? Then you mess around and maybe I don't know. Maybe let's say she thinks that you cheating on her. You're not though. Let's say she thinks you are. Bri, the first thing that go come up in argument is that thing. The first thing. Once they feel in the corner, they go let it fly. They go be like, oh, yeah, but didn't this happen? I'm just, whoa! What the heck is that? You know what I mean? Because that's when it gets personal. It's kind of like when people bring up family stuff. You know what I mean? This is why moms are off limits. Like usually like when people are like joking with each other, especially if you know each other. That's why moms and things like that are off limits. Because it's like that's when it gets too personal. Like family stuff is when it gets personal. But women don't care. They'll let it fly, bro. That's why. Hold up. Let's rewind it. Let's rewind it so we can get back to what she said.
Miranda, and even
so we can quote her mom.
In a negative light.
My mom was always saying, men will never really know you and they'll hurt you, but women will know you deeply and then they'll hurt you. You tell me which is worse.
You see, and I don't know why she's like, because it's true. It's true. I'm not saying there's not guys who act like that, but like, if you want to like think about it seriously, the percentage, women go do it for real. I'm serious. Watch, just tell them like a secret or something that like you feel like, I don't know, like weird about, right? Something you feel weird about, bro. Just say it. It doesn't even need to be real. Just say it, right? And then, like, confess to her, obviously jokingly, about you cheating on her or something. Don't do this. Don't do this. This is a bad idea. But I'm just saying, this is how it usually happens, right? And then once the argument starts going, and then like actual anger starts to settle in, she's just using every weapon she got, and that's when it ends, you know. But yeah, I don't know why she's like like it's not true. She knows. You see, this is why she looked over there like that. She was like, it's kind of true.
Women will know you deeply, and then they'll hurt you. You tell me which is worse.
Look, at she knows. She's like, yeah, it do be happening like that. That's why, Bri. This is why too. Women. Whoa. Is this the time that you show up? That's hello, Morgan. Wow. So in this stream, you decide to show up like this? But yeah, let's just move on.
Manipulative tactics couldn't prevent her from getting close with Miranda. Miranda and I spent hours talking every day. Even though in person Miranda seemed shy and quiet, she had a distinct and hilarious personality through her written words.
How's life been?
So many of the things she said made me laugh. Her way of observing things, people, habits, human nature. I loved her, and I was so excited we were becoming friends. Jeanette kept the dark reality of her home life a secret. She hid it from Miranda and from everyone. So the fact that her and Miranda truly became friends eliminated the idea that it could have been out of pity. It was genuine.
My best friend is Jeanette McCurdy, who was on iCarly with me, and we live really close to each other, and we have sleepovers all the time, and like I literally see her like every other day.
I'm very grateful for that friendship. It did provide me a lot of comfort in those
what
really
is this title?
challenging years.
Haven't
my
changed
relationship
it.
with Miranda was hugely healing to my concept of women.
Jeanette's time spent with Miranda provided some much-needed relief from her chaotic personal life. Sadly, it was only temporary, as their journeys were about to go in very different directions after the end of iCarly.
The atmosphere literally couldn't be better. It's like
You're speaking to some truth. Oh wow! You see, this is why we miss Morgan out here, because Morgan gonna tell the truth. But yeah.
Get along great. I can't think of any group of people that I'd rather get to see every day, and even though I'll see them all the time, knowing that I won't see everybody every day anymore is awful.
At the height of her fame, Miranda earned $180,000 per episode of iCarly, and she was going to use that money to fund her next venture. Jeanette, on the other hand, doesn't know what happened.
$180,000.
Did you get to keep this money, or did all? I'm curious about like the dynamic of how that worked.
Well, there's a thing called the Coogan account that actually takes, or is supposed to take 15% of your money off the top and kind of put it into the child's account so that they can have at least 15% of their money by the time they're 18, and the rest of the money is kind of up for grabs. Got these papers that were saying that like the Coogan account information was never properly filed. I got that in my 20s, so that was kind of a little bit of a shock because I really have no idea kind of what was happening, and you know my mom was in control of everything. So I don't think I ever saw the Coogan account money.
Additionally, Miranda
dang, her mom robbed her too.
Performed concerts nationwide.
First Ethan came back and not
deals. Cosgrove got to reap all of the benefits of being a child star, seemingly without being exposed to the horrors that come with it, and that's largely due to her parents refusing to fall victim to the complexities of raising a famous kid. After iCarly ended its sixth season, Miranda decided not to pursue a full-time
because the dad did
career.
stay at work
Instead
just
of
to
securing more mature roles and trying to prove herself in the industry, she decided to use her acting money to pay for college.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure I'm probably going to still be living with my parents for a while because I want to go to USC really bad. So,
oh, you do?
Yeah, and it's not far from where I live.
Okay. And why do you want to go to college? You're already very wealthy, and I see no reason to get an education. It's just how I look at it.
My dad went to USC, so he wants me to go there really bad.
Did your dad have a hit show on Nickelodeon when he was a kid?
Yo, nah. Nah, we ain't gonna let that slide. You see, this is what happens. She's going just because her dad said you should go, and she said okay, And you see how he's trying to be like, oh, you shouldn't listen to your. Oh my! If I was in the audience, I would have jumped up and hit him with a haymaker for real. He's trying to. You see, this is why she's not crazy. You see her now? She's like a normal person because she listened to them. He said, "Oh, you shouldn't do normal things because you got millions and millions of dollars." Who cares? Because this is why she's normal. She's normal. You hear what he just said?
Because I want to go to USC really bad. So,
Oh, you do?
Yeah, and it's not far from where I live.
Okay. And why do you want to go to college? You're already very wealthy, and I see no reason to get an education.
All right, listen. All that whole thing about going to college and doing all that, sure. She could just, I feel like the main point for her going to college, even if she doesn't learn anything that's going to help her or anything, it doesn't matter. But the main point is just to be around normal people. You know what I mean? Realize you're really not that important. That's what you really need. Be thrown in a group of a whole bunch of normal people, making you realize, yo, I'm just one of these people. Because her mom telling her to, listen, make sure you say goodbye to that person that said goodbye to you, right? Grounds her. And this is why, you see all these celebrities and they have these big egos and oh no, I'm more important than this. I got this money, I got that. And then you see when they grow up, you're like, yo, this person's insane. They suck, right? You look at Keanu. This man just takes the subway. He just be chilling. He just ride his motorcycle around town. He's like, yo, I don't really care. You know what I mean? This is what we need to keep. We need to keep this. I've been doing a lot of drawing practice and concept. Nice, Brandy. I mean, you see? Brandy. Now I'm mixing up again. Nice, Morgan. Nice.
It's just how I look at it.
It'd be kind of crazy going to college.
Did your dad have...
Being her? I mean, yeah, that's probably crazy, but I feel like it doesn't even need to be college. She just needs, for me, I'd feel like, honestly, because she's so popular, I don't know exactly what could be the safest thing, but just her being around normal people, she could have she could be a waitress somewhere, or just have a normal job. Because that's what Zach and Cody did. They were they went to college and then they were waiters. You know what I mean? And doing things like that, even though you have all this money, it just grounds you and makes you realize, yo, these are normal people. You know what I mean? I'm literally just giving food to this person that I make more than in a year, or in, you know what I mean? And then you realize the money doesn't really matter at this certain point. You know, we're all normal people. We all have the same struggles. Maybe not exactly the same, because some of your money struggles I don't go through, but we still struggling. And I love that. You got to ground your kids like that, man. Truly.
The hit show on Nickelodeon when he was a kid?
No.
No?
No, he's not drinking.
And what do you want to study when you go there?
I'm not sure. I was thinking film. That's what I'm
Oh,
really
all right.
interested in.
Okay, well, it all fits in the whole
Yeah, they
deal.
have a good film department too.
Miranda did end up attending the University of Southern California, where she switched majors several times before landing on psychology. She even admitted that her fame helped her make new friends on campus, but her fame also made her a target, as she had multiple stalkers who got dangerously close to
just like you said, Miranda Cosgrove reveals stalker who, for dick,
her. A crazy fan named Joshua Stockton allegedly started tracking Cosgrove.
Yeah, what happened, Tony? Why haven't you been practicing? I'll send them to you and Bri. They're kind of boring because it's a lot of weapons. No. Hey, I want to see them. Let me see. Let's see. I'll wait. But yo, Tony, she had a stalker like that.
Every move using clues from
Yo,
posts.
hold on.
According to
I'm about to play after this. I'm about to play it after this. If I can find a good one to show you guys.
MZ, he reportedly went to her campus at USC to see her. He also
You
sent
don't need
Miranda
boxes.
gifts and later got upset because the packages returned unopened. He also tweeted a photo of his bandaged wrist with the caption, "Frankly, I'm tired of love, and my heart is ready to give out.
Oh,
Maybe
no.
I'll finish the job I started."
Oh,
She
no.
was granted a restraining order against the crazy fan, but then 1 year later, he violated it as he followed her on a trip to Disneyland. Joshua Stockton was given 3 years probation and will be required to complete a 1-year treatment program, including extensive psychiatric counseling.
Oh my
As if this
gosh.
wasn't scary enough, Miranda had a close call with another stalker who nearly took her life.
We saw some movie and then
Oh yeah,
afterwards it was
Tony.
raining and it,
Yeah, Tony. Yeah. Let's scratch that. She don't need to go. She just needs to be in a. She just needs to be around normal people. You know what I mean? But dang, Tony. That's crazy.
like it never hardly ever rains in LA, so I was kind of like, I don't want to go back to my place, even though my place is pretty close to Arclight. Anyway, I went to my parents' house, and then I got a call at like 3 in the morning that somebody had like died at my house, and it was the weirdest thing ever because they had like caution tape up, and it was right in my front yard, and basically, I guess a guy came and he was like burying things in my backyard for like 3 days.
Oh
And
my
he buried
gosh.
a lunchbox with like a milk chocolate inside of it in my backyard, and then he buried like knives and like a rope and like a bunch of random stuff.
Oh,
I found out
dang.
later that like all that stuff was there and that he had been like pacing in my backyard with a gun. He also looked like crazy, like he was wearing like this long trench coat, but yeah, he was just like pacing in my backyard, I guess. And because I have like security cameras, so later when we looked, we figured out he was back there for like 6 hours or something, like waiting. And then somebody drove up that had a similar car, like that kind of looked like my car, and I guess he got confused and he thought that maybe it was me driving up. It's just like bad luck. And he like shot at this person like 6 times, and he missed
my gosh.
because she was in a car. She drove away, and then he set himself on fire and
Oh.
he shot himself.
Yo, okay. Yeah, that person's insane. Oh my gosh. Okay, you see, this is the thing though, because she said she went to her parents' house, right? Or she was at her parents' house or something like that with her parents. So they live nearby, which is good. But dang. That one little instant, she was like, you know what? I don't want to go home right now. Went to her mom's house. You see, this is why you I don't know. Never mind. That's crazy though. That's crazy.
Then later,
And look
she
how
called it, like,
look how normal she's talking. I mean, it's probably years ago. She needs security.
morning. This happened probably like 1 in the morning. I got a call at like 3 or 4 in the morning saying like, where are you? Like, can you come like to your house because someone like themselves there? And they were trying to just like put it all together, and they still haven't really put it all together, why it happened or like what the person was doing. And then it was crazy too. They found like his car like a few blocks away, and there was like blood and like hair in the trunk, and they were like, oh, he's probably a serial killer.
Oh my gosh.
Exactly, like
Okay. Yeah, this guy's insane.
the story.
Although this experience would probably lead to lifelong trauma from others, Miranda was more upset that he prevented her from meeting new friends.
But so a couple days before the incident with the guy that came to my house, I had never met the guy before, but he came to my house, and this was years ago too, and tried to kill me. So
What
2
the heck,
days
y'all? That
before
lady's laughing a little too hard. Whoa. What the heck?
my house, I had never met the guy before, but he came to my house, and this was years ago too, and tried to kill me. So 2
What
days.
the heck was that? Hers is it? Yo. Oh. What in the Oshinoko? Dang.
Before that happened, I had the study group at my house, and the whole time I was inside trying to get these girls to think I was cool and like me and want me to be in the group, this guy was actually in my backyard with a gun, pacing back and forth in my backyard the entire time.
Oh my
God.
God.
And
All the girls were there?
Yes, with me and all the girls studying.
Dang.
And me bringing food in and trying to win them over. Because later, when everything happened and the police came, they checked the security footage. And so 2 days before, he had already been there.
While you were first trying to like have friends. There was a man with a gun in your backyard.
And then the police had to call all of the girls because for a split second they didn't know who he was, so they were trying to figure out his identity. So they called all the girls thinking maybe it was one of their ex-boyfriends or somehow related to them. And
You're like,
all
please
of
don't call my friends. Please don't call my friends.
I was like, please just leave them out of this. They don't
Oh my gosh. Imagine. Like, are you ever going to be friends with that person again? That's crazy. I don't think we friends no more. We find out that somebody's trying to take you out, and while I was at your crib, this happened? Nah. Yeah, I'm good. Listen. We could be internet friends. We just never gonna meet up ever again. That's crazy though. But look how innocent. Oh my goodness.
No.
So sad.
have to be a part of this. I don't really know them anymore.
Well, how do you think? They're like, we went in our house once and we almost died.
With the exception of the stalkers, Cosgrove regained a sense of normalcy in the real world, while McCurdy stayed trapped inside the Nickelodeon hellscape.
Hey, Dan Schneider. I know you're watching my Vine. Do you like my Vine? Fine. Look what you've done to me.
Oh my
In
gosh.
August of
Listen, I know she had like problems with her family and her moms and everything, so that could be a part of it too. But look what happened. You see what happens like when you're by yourself, like when you have like a man, like look, oh man.
McCurdy,
After
with the exception of the stalkers,
look, everything just like her mom's was there, her pops was there, everybody was doing their thing. Her mom's was on her talking about stay right. She went to everything.
Cosgrove regained a sense of normalcy in the real
Normalcy,
world,
see,
while
and then
McCurdy stayed trapped inside the
Feel bad.
Nickelodeon hellscape.
Hey, Dan Schneider. I know you're watching my Vine. Do you like my Vine? Fine. Look what you've done to me.
In August of 2012, Schneider took a fan favorite from iCarly, Sam Puckett, and a fan favorite from Victorious, Cat Valentine, and created a teen sitcom titled Sam and Cat. The pilot debuted on Nickelodeon to 4.2 million viewers and was surprisingly popular, but it only lasted one season and was canceled following controversy behind the scenes. You see, Jeanette says that Schneider originally promised a show centered around her Sam Puckett character. So are you excited to have your own show? The creator asks. Sure, that's it? No, of course I'm excited. I'm so excited. Good. Because I could give a new show to anyone, you know? But I didn't choose anyone. I chose you. But Dan's promises were empty, as the solo show turned into a sort of buddy comedy alongside Ariana Grande. Jeanette and Ariana just barely tolerated each other, mostly because of Schneider's manipulative tactics and the obvious favoritism towards Ariana.
My co-star Ariana Grande is a burgeoning pop star who misses work regularly to go sing at award shows, record new songs, and do press for her upcoming album, while I stay back and angrily hold down the fort. I understand on a surface level why she has to miss work. But at the same time, I don't understand why she's allowed to. I booked 2 features during iCarly that I had to turn down because the iCarly team wouldn't write me out of episodes to go shoot them. Then this week happened. The week where I was told Ariana would not be here at all, and that they would write around her absence this episode by having her character be locked in a box.
Yo.
Are you kidding?
Yo,
So I have to turn down movies while Ariana's off whistle-toning at the Billboard Music Awards? Fuck this. Ariana misses work in pursuit of her music career, while I act with a box.
I remember this episode. I didn't think anything of it. This girl was like at the music awards. That's crazy. That's crazy.
If I wasn't such a good sport, I wouldn't be in this predicament in the first place. I wouldn't be on this shitty show saying these shitty lines on this shitty set with this shitty hairstyle. I'm pissed about it. And I'm pissed at her. Jealous of her.
It's easy to see how Jeanette built up resentment towards her co-star. Every time something exciting happens to her, I feel like she robbed me of having that experience myself. As if Jeanette's internal struggle wasn't hard enough, her mother Deborah passed away losing her battle with breast cancer. Near the end of her life, Deborah wrote Jeanette a shocking email containing things that no mother should ever say to her child.
Dear Net, I am so disappointed in you. You used to be my perfect little angel, but now you are nothing more than a little, all caps, floozy, used up. And to think, you wasted it on that hideous ogre of a man. I saw the pictures on a website called TMZ. I saw you rubbing his disgusting hairy stomach. I knew you were lying about Colton. I had told her I was with a friend, Colton. Add that to the list of things you are. Liar, conniving, evil. You look pudgier too. It's clear you're eating Thinking of you with his ding-dong inside of you makes me sick.
Oh!
I raised you better than this. What happened to my good little girl? Where did she go? And who is this monster that has replaced her? You're an ugly monster now. I told your brothers about you, and they all said they disown you just like I do. We want nothing to do with you. Love, Mom. Or should I say Deb, since I am no longer your mother. P.S. Send money for a new fridge. Ours broke.
Losing a parent is already hard.
Dang!
But what about losing an abusive parent that wholeheartedly admitted they want nothing to do with you?
Yo, that's the worst thing. Because, like, if you think about it... Hold up. Did Morgan send it? Morgan did not send it. Morgan, what's going on? What am I listening to? Why is Jada in my face? Yeah, listen. Like, Jada and them, like, what Jada's doing to her kids, I don't think Jada should be looking, but that's a crazy thing to say. That's crazy. Because, like, at the end of the day, regardless of all the hate or the stress that your families or your parents are putting you through, at the end of the day, you could still, like, in your heart believe that they loved you. Right? But, like, imagine, like, she's gone. Her last message to you is how much she hates you. Ah, man. Ah, man. Because she was, like, talking about... Hold up. Let me see some more.
As you can imagine, this sent Jeanette's life into a dark place. To compound the stress, McCurdy was the victim of an invasion of privacy when explicit selfies of her surfaced on the internet, which ultimately led to Nickelodeon canceling Sam and Cat.
Yo, I feel like I remember talks about that. Yo, I think I remember, like, them talking about, like nudes of her around this time. That's crazy. And that's why they kicked her off the show.
Claiming both actresses desired to move on to other projects. Following her mother's passing, Jeanette began to struggle with an eating disorder as well as an addiction to alcohol.
As the show was airing, her mother died of cancer. Jeanette says her life was spinning out of control, anorexia morphing into bulimia and alcohol abuse.
I was never aiming for bulimia. I was attempting to have anorexia, but I couldn't keep it up without my mom. So then that would lead to, I'd starve myself for so long, and then I'd binge, and then I'd purge because I hated the feeling of fullness, hated it.
But Jeanette remained strong. She was not going to let her trauma destroy the rest of her life. She first sought professional help for her eating disorder.
I started with an eating disorder specialist, so it was very clinical, and we didn't get into trauma or childhood stuff. We didn't get into any of that, and I think I needed that at the time because I think I needed to get that addiction under control before being able to go anywhere near,
man.
like, excavate.
Like, she even looked like she aged more. And yeah, all that stress was beating her, man. Ah, man. Because, like, Miranda, and they look so, they were similar ages, right? If you think about it. And obviously you can, like, there's genes and everything, you know, some of them. But, like, Miranda looks the same. Like, obviously more wrinkles here and there, but dang.
Eating the stuff from the past. I think that would have fueled the addiction if I were working on that in tandem with the addiction.
Jeanette knew that addressing and treating the critical aspect of her health was going to be hard enough. So once that treatment helped her regain her strength, then it was time to dive into the complexities of her childhood.
First therapist Laura started asking questions about my mom. Immediately I went into, well, she did this, but it's because she's such a good mom. It's because she wanted me to be successful. It's because she wanted me to have a better life. Like, I didn't even realize.
Oh, man. You see, this is what I was thinking. You see how she's defending her mom? Like, right there, you would think, oh, well, she probably, like, cared about me still, like, a little bit, but it's like, you know, but nah, she just said, I don't, on her deathbed? Oh. Yeah, man, that's something.
that I was at the time, but in retrospect I see, I was disclaiming every single thing that my mom did instead of just stating the reality or how I felt about it. I was more concerned with how to keep my mom looking good than I was with expressing my true emotional reality.
Jeanette's journey to restoring her health and well-being was not something that a few therapy sessions would fix, and even after she has spent years working at it, it never truly goes away. Jeanette decided to retire from acting in 2016. However, she did write and direct a few short films that are very much inspired by her childhood, but nobody truly knew the severity of her deep emotional hardships until she released her 2022 memoir, I'm Glad My Mom Died. The shocking title doesn't necessarily mean Jeanette is celebrating her mother's death, but it does reflect her complicated emotions, grief, relief, and the pain of losing someone who also caused her harm. Her mom's passing meant the end of her control and abuse, finally giving Jeanette the chance to heal. The reality is, mourning an abusive parent isn't always simple. Sometimes sadness and relief exist at the same time, and millions of people around the world supported Jeanette's vulnerability. Putting something this deep and complicated out to the world is not easy. Her memoir sold over 200,000 copies across all formats in its first week, and as of today, she has sold over 2 million copies.
80 weeks, number 1, baby. I'm scared. I don't like loud noises. I'm scared. Okay. I hate. This is a bad idea. I hate loud noises.
Oh my god.
Around the same time, Paramount Plus also announced the plan to make a reboot of iCarly, but many were disappointed to learn that Jeanette...
Listen, with everything that she went through, I feel like that's probably like a, but that was crazy. I'm like, yo, it's just a little a party popper, but you hope she comes back to action. Honestly, man, she don't need to, especially with everything that's going on with social media now and like Hollywood now. Just stay away. Just stay away. The final volume? Oh snap! Comey's about to end. At least iCarly, I don't know, because even that might bring back more trauma. You know what I mean? Like her going back to that whole thing. And listen, I know I hate the word, but like still, I feel like her going back, being around the people who were in the worst moments of her life, even though she likes all those people, but like being on a show with the same name and everything, just bringing back memories, that might mess her up.
Would not be reprising her role as Sam Puckett.
I just want to make things again.
You don't need a partner to do that.
Yeah, I don't need a partner. I need Sam. But she's off following her bliss with that biker gang.
The Obliterators.
What
She's
the heck?
okay.
It's Sam. I hope they're okay.
When Jeanette said she was done with acting definitively and the baggage that came with it, she meant it, but her castmates respected her decision.
And we all really wanted Jeanette to be a part of the show in real life, but she's just doing other things, and we're really happy for her. But yeah, we're definitely going to touch on that in the show.
Is the elevator door still open that if Jeanette wanted to come back as Sam for an episode, could that happen?
Anytime.
I mean, that elevator door is always open. It never closed. But again, we want to be respectful of her. And
It's so weird seeing him like this. It's so weird seeing him like this. Like, I don't know what it is. He just, like, I don't know how to explain it. He just seems, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know. He just seemed too, like, it's not the beard. It's like he just seemed too, like, what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for? He just seemed too, like, something.
that we made. So obviously, no pressure, of course, but whatever she wants to do. We love her. That's all she needs to know.
Not only did Jeanette not return to the show that made fans around the world love her, she said she wouldn't even watch it because of the demons it might bring back.
Oh, you see, this is
and
what I
although
meant.
it's
Exactly, the
heartbreaking
trauma.
that the thing that fans around the world fell in love with her for is the exact same thing that caused her so much pain and suffering, it is comforting to know that she does still cherish one part about her time as a child actor, and that is her friendship that she made with Miranda Cosgrove.
Oh my god, I love Miranda to pieces. I always will. She has such a special place in my heart. She helped me grow as a person and heal as a person, and I hope I did the same for her, and I just love her so much.
Oh! Terrifying.
If there's one perfect example of
Yeah, what was that? Oh.
Smartphone has become the starting point for nearly everyone's day, and it was also what first enabled the subscription model to really take off. Before their meteoric rise in both functionality and price, phones generally weren't something you bought through a rolling contract. Some people paid a monthly bill for access to the cellular network, but most of the time that wasn't for the physical device itself. Instead, before smartphones came around, the devices were cheap and more disposable. People would pay upfront for phones as well as all other tech products. This even extended to software, music, and other products that are
Oh, wait, no.
of data. People
I forgot.
expected to
Yo,
pay
I gotta show you guys this. I heard about this, but I don't know the full thing about this story. But yo, hold up, man. Hold up, man. Let's see. Okay, let's see if this is good.
Mugen put out a video giving the full context, and I heard the story goes much deeper than what anybody knows. It is a tragedy, but I am wondering how this chick got killed and why and what happened.
It's an entire country in a state of absolute shock.
Absolutely.
On the 11th of March, 2025,
Hold up.
22-year-old.
Hold on, let me pause it, and I want to see if I could watch it like from that guy, who he's watching it from. Who's he like? What's it's in Japanese. I don't. You know, I'm just gonna have to play it this way.
Influencer by the name of Aimogami was stabbed live on stream in broad daylight Japan. It's already quite rare to find a murder in this country, but what's even more rare is a violent crime of this nature where the victim gets stabbed over 30 times.
Oh.
So it's no wonder that people weren't just shocked, they were visibly confused.
Absolutely.
Everyone's asking themselves, how did this happen?
That's
what led
him?
this person to commit such a violent act? But the publications are asking themselves the same questions, with many
30?
Western ones like the New York Times not having any of the important details when reporting on it, making this out to be yet another parasocial case, with some even saying that it's another case of misogyny, but it's not that simple. In fact, this incident goes back years. She knew the man and had a hand in making him gradually lose his mind up until this point.
What?
It doesn't get crazier than this, and we're going to talk about
Can you
everything
translate, sir?
from the beginning.
To my knowledge, it was one of her top donors.
You see, this is why I didn't want to
and
watch.
He was having a hard time getting money.
This is why I don't want to watch people. I need to find this video. Like, who is this guy who's talking about it? Like, can you tell me? How the heck am I supposed to find it? Wait, hold up. Maybe if I go to this guy's video, he might have the description. I mean, I doubt it, but
Me getting brutally murdered on stream. Mugen put out a
hold
video
up.
giving the
Other channels? No. I don't want to see other channels. I want to see the channel. Oh, there it is.
An incident that
Yeah,
has left the
I
entire
found it.
country in a state of absolute shock. On the 11th of March 2025, a 22-year-old influencer by the name of
22
was stabbed live on stream in broad daylight Japan. It's already quite rare to find a murder in this country, but what's even more rare is a violent crime of this nature where the victim gets stabbed over 30 times. So it's no wonder that people weren't
Omni?
just shocked.
What is an
They were
omni?
visibly confused. Everyone's asking themselves, how did this happen? What led this person to commit such a violent act? But the publications are asking themselves the same questions, with many Western ones, like the New York Times, not having any of the important details when reporting on it, making this out to be yet another parasocial case, with some even saying that it's another case of misogyny, but
Omni?
it's not that simple.
Omni.
In fact, this incident goes back years. She knew the man and had a hand in making him gradually lose his mind up until this point. It doesn't get crazier than this, and we're going to talk about everything from the beginning. So let's do this. So Irie Sato was a 22-year-old
Hold
live
up.
streamer who went by the name iMogami online. The website she
iMogami.
used to stream was whowatch.tv. Japanese people typically call it FooWatch. She was very active on there and was one of its top performers. Before passing away, she had reached around 2,600 followers, which is apparently really big for this website. Her main area of expertise was just chatting streams, talking to her chat and interacting with them. Sometimes she'd do these creative challenges, going outdoors or talking to strangers, but in a nutshell, for her, it was all about her community. And speaking of community, this is where Kenichi Takono comes in.
Okay, this is the guy who did it?
42-year-old man who had found her stream.
Wait,
and
42
really
or
liked her
32?
personality.
Hold up.
He had
It doesn't really matter, but I want to hear it.
comes in. It was all 42-year-old man
42.
who had found her stream and really liked her personality. He had found her in December of 2021 and very quickly started to donate money to show his support. At his peak, he was donating over 100,000 yen a month.
Oh my
That is
gosh.
not a small amount of money today, being $674, but back then, when the yen was stronger, it was closer to $1,000 per month. This quickly caught Ai's attention because at the time she wasn't a full-time streamer yet. She was still working
Wait, so
at a
he did this in
restaurant. After
2021?
having donated
I heard about this today. I mean, yesterday. So I can't believe he's 20. Like, so this happened years ago.
over 400,000 yen to her in the first few months of 2022, I decided to.
Oh
reach
wait,
out
no,
to
no,
Takono
it happened
directly
recently.
and message him
But when he was at his peak donating to her, it was when the yen was higher.
on the Line app. This is when they would first get in touch. For both of them, this was the beginning of the end. This is when their problematic relationship would start to take place. And now we have access to these conversations because they leaked after the incident. On September 2022, she would start to ask him to lend her money directly, not through tipping on
Okay,
the
hold
stream,
on, let's see.
directly to her bank account.
Okay,
One of the first examples.
Okay, can I ask you something? Seriously, what is it? I'm sorry, but I forgot my wallet when I went to work yesterday. So I'm really strapped for cash. I'll give it back to you when I get home. When I get it tomorrow or the day after. Money transferred to cash card. Oh my gosh.
Examples of this was her saying that she forgot her wallet at her job and
Oh,
that
he's
she's
about to
really
read it,
strapped for
okay.
cash, saying that she'll pay him back as soon as the next day or the day after. She also specified, I want the money transferred to the cash card I have at home, preferably right now. This was at 7 p.m. on September 8th, 2022. Within a minute, Takono responded, can I just transfer it now? Asking how much do you need? And her saying that she needs a few tens of thousands of yen. But this was only the beginning. And guess what? Even though she said that she was going to repay him the day after or the day after that, she didn't. She only kept asking for more. Not even 6 days after saying that she had lost her wallet.
Man, I do love you, father, but he's like a pet to me.
And needed a few thousands to last her for the next day, she went ahead and asked for another 20,000 yen. But she wouldn't take no for an answer. He said he couldn't do it with his card, and then she was like, well, what about a direct transfer from your bank account?
Oh my
And
gosh.
Takono would always find a way. She would do this almost every week for a while.
Yeah, but why is he
You're
doing
asking
this?
For 50,000 yen, the amount would always keep going up, and the excuses would get crazier. Like, for example, this is a bad translation, but this is her pretty much saying that her sister's pregnant and she can't take care of the baby, so she needs money to help her. And still, Takono would send her money. And around more than a month
Why?
after starting to ask him for money, not only did she keep insisting, things started to get very disturbing. Takano would send Ai a message saying, "I'm worried," and this was in relation to his financial situation after giving her so much money. So she responded by saying, "Hey, where did you get the money from?" And here's what he had to say. This right here is a bad translation, but what he's saying is Eiffel and Raiku, two of the biggest and most well-known loan companies in Japan.
Oh,
Takano had been taking on loans to send her money when
ain't no way. What? This man was taking out loans? Nah. Ethan, what's good? What's 17 more years? Start again. Make another kid. Ethan, what the heck? What?
whenever she would ask, because she was asking so consistently and he didn't have a stable job. So what does she respond with? She says, "I want you to borrow from another company different from Eiffel and Reiku because I need 50,000 yen right now."
Okay.
Arguing that she has loans to pay. So she saw.
Okay. 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 Like, this is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand. Like, what does she have on this man? Like, is she just bad? Like, I don't... Like, Zura, you better be paying attention.
Thought that he was indebted to 2 different credit companies, and instead of saying, you know what, you should stop, she asks him to get indebted to a 3rd company too. And this is when he reveals something even more disturbing. He says, "It's really tough. In fact, soon it will be revealed that I lied and borrowed it." So to get the loan, he had to fake his income and other details about his employment.
Oh
and
my
again,
gosh.
This is her chance to say, you know what, let's lay off this, I'll find someone else, or I'll find another solution. No, she triples down and says, "I looked into it. And it turns out that if you have a job that qualifies you as a self-employed person, or you're receiving the money in a tax-friendly way, you can still borrow the money even if you can't prove it, so it wouldn't be a lie." And then he specified very clearly, "I lied about my annual income and working hours." But the conversation still goes on, and she keeps insisting. Even if you don't have your personal information registered as a regular employee, you can still pass the screening, and it's often impossible to confirm, so there's no way they'll find out if it's true or not. I went through because I couldn't confirm it. So I want to point out the fact that she was an expert at this, as if she's done this multiple times before. Even a financial advisor wouldn't know all this. So it does beg the question, was he her only victim at this point? We still don't know. He also states that he's been ignoring the credit companies, and that he'll probably be getting a lump sum bill because he's been ignoring them. Also specifying that the billing address that he put was his parents' house. So his entire family was implicated at this point, but she just didn't care. He says, "I'm getting scared of lying to borrow money now." And then she says, "There's nothing I can do. I did it once." And then Takano says, "So whatever happens, happens." So at this point, yeah, you might be asking yourself many questions. Why is this guy doing this?
Yes.
Well, look, from all the text messages that leaked, he wasn't perverted. He never asked for any.
Yeah, of course. That's the thing that was cool.
It seemed that he just really.
But I don't understand why he gave. First of all, listen. That's cool. He wasn't asking, but I feel like that would have been an even exchange. It would have made sense logically, even though it's like I'm against it wholeheartedly. Like, no. But it would have been at least an even exchange. But this man just giving it for nothing. I mean, bro, this is what the Bible warns you about. But let's keep.
But even if he wanted to say no, she was very good at emotionally manipulating him, as evidenced by these messages. Look at this. He tells her in the beginning of November 2022 that he had applied to Raiku, right, the credit agency, to get more money to gift to her. She replies with, "Yeah," with this emoji. Takano then says, "I hope I can borrow it," with a cute emoji. 15 minutes later, what does she reply with? She says, "I want to die if I can't borrow money." Takano says, "Don't say that." I replies with, "I want to do it." So this is complete and utter emotional manipulation.
Gosh.
This is disgusting. But obviously, it gets worse. He falls asleep briefly for around more than an hour. He says, "I fell asleep," then says, "I stay alive." Then she says, "Takano, I can't live without you." Then he replies with, I'm happy. Me too, I can't live without you. And then Imagami finishes off the conversation by saying, thank you as always. I love you. Yeah. I don't think it's too crazy to assume that Takano might have thought that she was into him, that she, I don't know, appreciated him.
Yeah, I can see this, especially because they say he's 40, 42. So if you start thinking about it this way, this man, he just been moving, you know? And then now this baddie, this 10 out of 10 in his eyes, hits him up and it's like, hey, I love you. What? And he like, I'm not laughing at the situation. I'm laughing at, like, I was thinking of, you know, like in shoujo anime when they have the sound effects, like the heartbeat sound effects. It's like, how does it go? It's like boom. No, it's like ba-doom. This was ain't no way. Oh man. Oh man. Zoe thinks it's funny. No, I'm not. Zoe thinks it's an anime. No. I'm laughing at, like, cause in my mind, how I can see it playing out. Like after she said "I love you" to him, like he probably was just sitting there. He put the phone down for a second. He stepped back, and then he just had that moment. That shoujo moment. But that's crazy. That's crazy. Oh man. Oh man, oh man, oh man. It's just like one of the Japanese anime. One of my Japanese animes. Oh my gosh. This one's life was destroyed and you're laughing. Listen, I'm not laughing about what happened. I'm laughing about, like, the idea in my mind, how it went, how it played out in this situation right here. Not everything that happens after, just the situation, the text message. But that's crazy though. Dang. She yeah. Yeah. This is why Zoro needs to be paying attention. Ethan too. Time a fancy girlfriend stole all my money and ghosted me. That's is that the, oh, you're quoting. I thought that was the anime title. That time my fantasy girlfriend stole all my money and ghosted me. I thought that's what your anime title was. Alright, let's play. That's crazy though. Oh man.
Him as more than a friend. Maybe that's what he was hoping for, but he never really expressed that in text messages. He was just always happy to help. But then, Takano's fantasy was cut short when the creditors came knocking. He had given her over 2.5 million yen.
Oh!
And back then, that was over $20,000.
20K! You seen any drawings so far? Alright, let's see. Oh! Oh, you doing helmets and everything. Like, what's the plan? Are you just practicing, or you have a plan? Ooh! I like this staff right here. Ooh, nice bow. Is this practice, or, like, do you have an actual idea in mind? I didn't know you were doing a whole bunch of night stuff. That is the anime title? That's crazy, though. It's sad, man. Man, that's crazy.
With 1 million yen out of those 2.5 million being from creditors. So around the end of January 2023, he started asking for his money back, at least gradually, not all of it at once.
Yeah, she said she was going to pay him back.
Tomorrow, please start to pay me back. I replies with, sorry, can it be 2 days instead? He says, well, okay, fine, just please, on the 2nd of February. Then on the 2nd of February, he says, please deposit, what's going on? You said on the 2nd, so I moved it to the 2nd. The next day, he says, please give me the money back. And on the 5th of February, he says, you're not going to pay me back anymore? Imagami then replies, this is a really bad translation. What she actually said was, no, I am going to give it back. And then Takano says, is that so? This is when she would pretty much ghost him. She would not reply to him anymore. 6 days later, Takano says, I'm barely making ends meet, so unless you transfer the money, I won't be able to pay anything in advance. Please transfer the money. A couple days later, I guess I won't get my money back. A few days later, are you willing to refund the money? Nothing. He was just talking to a brick wall. But of course, for him, it only got worse. Not only were the creditors after him, but he was witnessing her live stream and get a lot of money from live streams, while at the same time celebrating the fact that she had found a fiancé, that she was about to get married, and that they both were living in a high-rise apartment together, meaning that she was financially well off, and yet he hadn't seen a single cent returned from her. Takano was very frustrated, understandably, and losing a lot of hope. But interestingly enough, he sought to resolve this legally. He had he was in big financial trouble, but in 2023, he sued her in order to get his money back. And in December,
so this happened years ago.
He actually won the lawsuit. The judge had ordered her to pay him back everything he's lent her, so 2.5 million yen. With an interest rate of 3% per year from December 8th, 2023 until the payment is made. The court fully sided with Takano. He was completely in the right because at the time he had no stable income and was living in poverty. So obviously him winning that lawsuit was a relief. At least it seemed that way until he realized that it didn't really change much. Imagami would start to reference this lawsuit on stream sometimes in a passive-aggressive manner, saying things like, I borrowed money and I'm going to court, or the comments from a certain individual saying give me my money back were so awful that I blocked him using the block function. She would even say that all she had to do was pay back all the money to get rid of this lawsuit in a nonchalant tone, as if it wasn't a big deal. The reality of these two could not be more different. In the court records of this lawsuit, had said, I had feelings for her and wanted to help her if she was in trouble, and there she was nonchalantly saying, yeah, I guess I just have to pay it back. Additionally, since Takano watched her streams regularly, he understood that she was making a lot of money through tips and donations. She had a platinum badge on FuWatch, which meant that she was one of the platform's top streamers.
Yo, this is your type, ain't it?
Typically, when you get to the point where Imagami was, you're making a monthly income of 300,000 to 400,000 yen in donation.
Bro, if I knew you were doing true crimes, I would have came back soon. No, this is just a one-off. I didn't know, like, I heard about this story and I wanted to know more. But oh my goodness. Not mine. This Ethan. Oh, hell no. Yo, this is insane.
And still, he was seeing nothing. Even though the court had ordered her to pay him back, he was not seeing a single cent. But obviously, the salt in the wound did not end here. She had a Twitter account that is private, so we don't know much about it. But some people found another Twitter account of hers that was fully about poker, with the first post she had posted on this account being her holding a bag full of chips worth 542,000 yen.
So she gambling too. So hold on. So she took my money. No, I gave her my money. I don't know. I gave her my money because she was like, oh, I need it because my sister's pregnant and I need da-da-da-da-da. And she was gambling with it. When I told her I was taking out loans? Oh, man. Okay. Listen, I'm so against what he did. Did she deserve to get? Nah, she did not deserve to get. But she was moving crazy. And it said while on stream. And it looked like outside. So you telling me... So hold up. So she was streaming when she was playing with my money. When I told her I was stressed out and I had nothing. I gave her everything. And then she went streaming in my city? She's outside my house just... Oh my gosh.
So that could explain where a lot of Takano's money might have gone. So at this point, Takano felt completely cornered. He had tried to help someone who he really liked, getting indebted to two different companies and living in poverty. And even though he had gone through the legal means of getting his money back, nothing had changed, and he was seeing the same woman who scammed him and played with his feelings continue to stream and thrive, making a lot of money monthly. Eventually, during the year of 2024, something had cracked in him, and in 2025, he made up his mind. He sent her one final message on March 7th, 2025, blaming himself for falling in love and being deceived, and asking her one last time, please give me
Okay. At least he's accountable. You see? He's accountable right there. He just said, hey, I goofed. But ain't no way you gonna be playing with me like that. Like, continuing to play with me.
back. I'm in the negative because of the consumer loans I borrowed to lend to you, and I can't live. Asking, can you somehow pay me back at least 10,000 yen, which is not even like $100. Adding that he'd been taking a lot of pills recently and had been sleeping all day because of how depressed he was.
Dang.
But of course, he was ignored. 4 days later, Imagami had gone live, streaming around the Shinjuku area. Takano saw this, recognized the area, and decided to go pay her a visit. He took Oyama Station, which was the closest to him, and rode close to 2 hours.
Oh! This man went on a journey! Nah, listen. Ain't no way you owe somebody owes you money. You know where they at. And you go take a trip from here to here and not do nothing.
Down to Shinjuku. She was initially streaming around the Takanadobaba station, but then made her way down to the Shin-Okubo station. So he took the metro and he followed her. This is a map that kind of tells you how it happened. He started here, he went down here.
Oh my gosh.
She kept walking this way, and so then he followed her that way.
Oh, this man hit her with the... Yo, this man was... Oh my gosh. This man, look. This man was here. Hold on, let me make this bigger so you guys can see. This man was here. Hold on, can you see?
Took place.
No. This man was up here, traveled here because he saw her here. She went over here. Buddy was like, okay. And, oh man, this man was on, he was on a mission. Oh my gosh.
Eventually, he was able to make out where she was streaming from, so he made his way to her tripod setup, and that's where he struck. Multiple times, repeatedly, violently.
Hold up, they better not show the video.
Blank look in his eyes.
That's him! Oh, this man oh nah. He looked like, oh, this is probably her camera. Oh my gosh.
The knife he had used was 13 centimeters in length. He showed up with a backpack, and there were 2 other knives in there as well. He had stabbed her over 30 times in the neck, in the chest, in the shoulder.
Oh my gosh.
And initially she was screaming help, but then went silent. And I mean, think about that first.
Oh my gosh. This is crazy. This is crazy. Reasonable crash out? Oh my, nah. Listen, this is almost a. What you miss? Oh, you missed everything. 30 times. And she was, oh my God. God, listen. Once again, I'm against wholeheartedly what he did. But this is why you don't play with people. This is kind of like when, this is going to sound crazy. This is kind of like when you see like a video of a chick who swung at a guy, hit him in the face, and he swing back. And you're like, oh. Listen, did I say it was right for him to hit her? I ain't saying that. But don't play with people. Because you don't know. Like, I watched this video. This lady, she got like, she was driving, right? It was cold outside. It was in the snow, right? She stopped in front of this car, right? She stopped. And she got out the car, and she started yelling at the guy. And then the guy got out the car. He's like, what the heck is wrong with you? Right? What's up with you? And she started screaming at him. She swung, boom, hit him in the face. He was like, word? And it looked like it was like early morning, right? He had his PJs on and everything. This man picked her up, took her to the sky, boom, right on the concrete, like it was icy, right on the floor. Yeah, body slam. And then got back in the car and they went off. And I was like, should he have lifted her to the sky and Probably not. But hey, you saw that? But hey, this is why you don't play with people. This girl took his money after he told her, yo, I'm in the red. I was taking out loans for you. And you told me you love me. Like, you play with my emotions? Listen. I know I goofed. I shouldn't have did that. That was on me. But just give me something. And she was like, and then start flaunting her gambling with my money? And then start going live streaming, walking through the streets? In my, like, down the way? Oh my. Like, this is why you don't play with people. This girl knows she owed people money and decided to go outside. Free. No bodyguards, no nothing. Just, everybody look at me. Oh my gosh.
Second, 30 times, just doing the same motion over and over again. That's not normal, right? None of this is normal. This is very violent, and the fact that he had a very...
Hold up. They better not... I want to take a look. They better not play the sound. I don't know why I feel like they're about to play the audio. They better not, bro.
Very blank stare made it worse. In fact, he kept talking to her as she was laying on the ground. At that point, the screen was completely black. You could hear sirens in the background, and you could also hear him asking her, while she lay on the ground, "Are you dead yet?"
Oh! Hold up. Don't tell me he's playing the song.
While kicking her.
Oh! Oh! My God! Listen, hold up. Listen. Hold up. Hold up. No. Okay, with this journey that he took, you already knew it was over. It was it. That was it. You already knew that was it. Don't sound like a Tom and Jerry character. And listen, this man was here. Hold up.
Followed her that way.
This man was here. Saw that she was here. Traveled here 2 hours. And then found out she was here. Yo. This man was on a mission. He went on an adventure. He was like, oh no. She's outside? Oh, I know where that is. Oh my gosh. This man was kicking her and said, are you, oh my gosh. This is why you don't play with people. Because you don't know. Because she was just sitting there taking his money like, I'm just going to continue to take his money. But little did she know, this man was on his last, like he was on his last. He was on his last. Oh my gosh. Bro, pull out like, nah. Oh my.
Dead yet, while kicking her. To say that there was fear and confusion is an understatement. The entire place was swarmed with police and paramedics. And to add to the confusion, people didn't even know who was actually stabbed. This tweet right here with almost 500,000 views said that she was a voice actress and a live streamer, stabbed by an anti-fan while streaming on the Japanese site Huwatch. Aimogami was not a voice actress, she was a live streamer, and that's because they were confusing her with a voice actress by the same name. This Aimogami was being flooded with emails, DMs, calls, messages, thinking that it was her that was stabbed. Her agency had to put out a statement saying, listen, guys, first off, condolences to whoever just got killed, but please stop flooding my messages. It's not me.
This girl was like, yo, sorry for whatever happened, but hey, I'm still here. Catch me in the next JJK episode. Oh my gosh. I think I know why he kept giving her money. Why do you think so? Why do you think so? Morgan. First of justice. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Ethan. But like, nah.
And as you can see, this was pretty damn significant, seeing that this post has over 30 million views. Now, when it comes to Japanese people, the reactions varied greatly. Very shortly after the stabbing incident, people made up a makeshift memorial. But you might have noticed the fact that many of these news outlets, their videos that they posted on YouTube, are heavily disliked. And that's because for some Japanese, they're siding way too much with the victim rather than the plight of the person who committed the crime. You can see this in the comments, with this one having over 2,400 likes saying, "There's no way you can borrow 2.5 million yen and just say, I don't know, block.
Yep.
I can't approve of murder, but I can understand the feeling of murderous intent."
Dang, you see that? Everybody was on old boy's side. They were like, hey, listen. Hey, listen. It's for the attention she gave him. Yeah, but the thing is, though, Morgan, she said, I'll pay you back, right? And he loved her so much that he believed that she would. You know what I mean? So, in that sense, because he didn't give her the money like as a gift. He gave it to her thinking she's going to give it back to me. So, in that sense, I'm just like, yeah, yeah, but he was thinking, I'm going to get my money back. She said, I'm going to give it back to you. They're both idiots. Yeah. But the thing is about him, he took it to the chin. He was like, yo, yeah, I fell in love with this chick and that was stupid of me to give her all that money. Right? But this man was in the red. Right? And this girl was flexing, talking about, I ain't gonna give him no money. What? And she's gambling with my money. Oh, nah, Titan. Oh, nah. Listen. Once again, stupid decision on his part and on her part. And I'm against what he did. But this is why you don't play with people. Because you don't know what they're going to do. You don't know what they're capable of.
This post on Twitter echoes a different statement, saying, whatever they do to you, don't stab them to death. Reminding people that Takano had kicked her when she was down after the stabbing, so...
I feel like he kicked her because he was just like, it was just like, he was just so in it, right? Like, because he wasn't thinking. Like, he was just so angry. He just, you know what I mean? But his face was just so blank. Like, he didn't even, like, he was just like, he was done. He was done. Oh, my gosh. Not gonna lie, both stupid 100%. Was wrong and stupid, yeah. I think at first it was given a gift with no, because she said, hold up, this is 1441. Because she said out the gate, she said, hold up. She said,
leaked after the incident. On September 2022,
you see? Can I ask you for something seriously? I'm sorry, but I forgot my wallet when I went to work yesterday, so I really strapped for cash. You see? I'll give it back to you. This is out the gate. She said this out the gate. Okay, hold up. Let me go. Oh my God. What's wrong with you, man? Ain't too proud of this. You know what you gotta do? When you're drawing, Zero, make sure you put the center line. Because the center line is gonna make sure that it's easier for you to get everything like in order. So if you have a center line, then it'll make it easier for you to understand like the distance of things. So like if this distance is like right here, then if I follow about the same distance, it should be like right here to get like a, you know what I mean? So you should put center lines, but it's looking pretty good. It looks like you understand where things should go generally anyway. But don't post it in Gen Chat again, like, because this is like practice, so you can post it in practice, because we're not trying to get like a whole bunch of practices flooded in Gen Chat. But imagine, probably gifted it. Exactly. So he probably gifts her from like in stream, and then now she's begging. She's like, please, please, please. And the thing is, like, imagine your favorite streamer. Listen. I would never do you guys like that, so you know what I'm saying. But like, imagine your favorite streamer right, that you actually like and you're attracted to also, begs you for money and says they're going to pay you back, there's no reason why you'd believe that they wouldn't. So then she just kept taking and taking and taking. And then she started playing. And then she found out.
Stand the feeling of murderous intent. This post on Twitter echoes a different statement, saying, whatever they do to you, don't stab them to death, reminding people that Takano had kicked her when she was down after the stabbing, so don't blame the victim, he's in the wrong here. There was a lot of discussion in the comments section of the article on Yahoo Japan detailing the incident. The most upvoted ones echoed the fact that yes, they do feel sorry that she had to be murdered, but at the same time, they felt sorry for the perpetrator.
Yeah.
So as you can see, this is a very complex situation. It's not black and white
My
at
favorite
all.
streamer.
And in the end, I think
And I
it
ain't
doesn't
never
have to
gonna
be. I think multiple things can be true
I
at
know,
once.
because he
It's
took,
true that
he took,
murder is
yo,
too far.
he took a loan. Don't ever do that. Don't ever do that. If you gift or donate to me, amazing, appreciate it. But if it's like on your last, nah, don't do that. Nah, because especially it said that he put something in his family, in his parents' name or something. What? Imagine? Oh nah.
Definitely wrong for that, but at the same time, it's not like she was innocent either. She manipulated him hard, and she was really good at it, making many people wonder if she had done it before and if there are other victims.
Listen, this is the thing about, like, oops, she done got you. This is the thing about the oops, she done got you, right? If she done got you, right, and you go away clean, that's different. But ain't no way you go get me? Listen. Ain't no way you go get me. Hear me out. Ain't no way you go get me and then on stream that you know I watch because I found you on stream, you're going to be like, I owe somebody money, but I ain't going to pay. And then go stream outside. When I told you I'm on my last. Ain't no way. Like, Brian, imagine you go outside. Somebody owes you like 20K. She said 20K. Somebody owes you 20K, Brian. Right? And then you see them freely. And listen, Brian, you broke. You got nothing. You got no more money, Brian. Like, you stressed. You can't even sleep. I mean, no, you only sleep because you stressed. Brian, and then you go outside. Right? You go outside, Brian. Right? You open your phone. And they streaming. Guess where they streaming? They streaming at the corner store, bro. The corner store. What? One victim's like, didn't see that coming. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. She's like, listen, if it was a different country, obviously it's different. Because ain't no way, because he don't got money to take a flight. You know what I mean? But you down the street. I mean, no, it was 2 hours away. But still, you're close enough to me that I can get there. Like, with ease. Oh, my gosh. And the thing is, too, because train fare, 2 hours, I don't know, like, exactly how much it would cost. But this man had a plan. Because he already was broke. So he was like, you know what? I'm about to save up these coins to get there. And when I get there, because he said he had 2 other knives in his bag. He had 3 knives with him. 3 knives? Why? Just in case the one broke and then he could just get back in. Oh my gosh. And this is why I don't even understand why people be live streaming where they're at. That's the stupidest thing. Because people, not everybody likes you. Right? Because, like, honestly, there are people that are going to follow you or just to see you fall. Right? There's people that have this image in their mind of who you are. Right? And they really don't like you. There are people like that. And you think I'm going to tell them exactly where I am? Like, my exact location? I mean, like you're streaming in public outside where it's free game. And you're like, hey, everyone, look at this is where I am. That's the stupidest thing, man.
it's just unfortunate that we couldn't conclude this without any bloodshed. Guys, be safe out there. And if someone asks you for money, know your limits, because if it's too good to be true, then it probably is. Okay? Stay safe out there. Thanks so much for watching.
Yep, stay
and
safe,
I'll
guys.
see you in the next video, whenever that is. I love you. Mwah.
She's like, yo, why everybody, like, imagine she's just at the crib, right? Her phone blowing up. She's like, what the heck is going on? And then everybody's like, yo, oh, she's like, what? What? That's crazy. That's crazy. How's it going, Archives? How's it going? Hello? What? Fine, thanks. Are you talking to yourself now? I think Titan is cracked, guys. You know who's the biggest simp than that man? Arthur Morgan? Isn't that the guy from Red Dead Redemption? What's up with you, Titan? Oh my god. Listen, I'm not going to get any references. Ever. I will never get a reference. At least he could swim. That's the craziest thing, though, for real. Like, this whole thing. Oh my goodness. Wow, look at Morgan. Thank you, Morgan. Because it isn't.
Rage bait, a term that has been around for a very long time. I mean, look at this definition. It was written in 2009. This means that the idea of writing a controversial opinion on purpose in order to elicit...
Did Titan just shift everything? Why are we saying Charlie's? Why?
more reactions has been around since the dawn of the internet. But that doesn't mean that the majority of people have caught on to this just yet. Here's a great example posted on March 8th, 2025 on Twitter. It says, "Money does not matter to women. I would sooner date a high-tea gym owner making $300K a year than a loser tech founder making $1.5 million a year." Obviously, this is a ridiculous thing to state because not even 1% of the population makes $300K a year to begin with. But people fell for it. 2,300 replies, 10 million views, and 11,000 likes. It's fun for a rage baiter to bait people like this. But as of recently, it's not about fun anymore. It's actually a very profitable enterprise. When Elon Musk bought Twitter for $44 billion, he made it so that you could monetize your tweets based on the impressions that you get. This, in a way, changed the internet forever. Because if you were to make just a few posts like this per month, getting over 10 million views on them, then you'd easily be making anything from $5,000 to $10,000 a month, maybe even more. This is why RageBait has been so prominent these days. But before Elon Musk even made this change, a certain group of people had figured out early on that RageBait is the best marketing strategy on the internet. That group of people were none other than OF girls, as evidenced by this woman. This right here is a perfect example where she's thanking her top spender for having financed her new car. There are almost 800 replies here, and almost none of them have something good to say. But that doesn't matter. The post has 2.3 million views, and all it takes is having 1% of them subscribe to her OF, and she would have made...
What? Tips 59,800 and like you guys like. Oh, this thing about rage bait is wild. So I was gaslight. I'm gaslight. What? When am I ever? I do believe Charlies have always been the correct answer. That has not been never.
A lot of money. It's a ridiculously profitable industry with people making 6 figures a year just rage baiting the internet. This isn't just restricted to the Western hemisphere of the world, it's everywhere, even in a country like Turkey. You see, rage baiting is something that Merve Tashkin understood very well. Through her own...
What?
You see, rage baiting is something that Merve Tashkin understood very well. Through her OF account, she was generating hundreds of thousands of dollars. And she knew how to rage bait her audience in a way that none others could. She was essentially living the dream. But that dream is now a nightmare, as she somehow was able to rage bait the Turkish authorities. You see, Merve is currently facing more than 5 years in Turkish prison. And to make matters worse, while she's awaiting this verdict, she is under indefinite house arrest with an ankle monitor strapped to her leg. All her movements are tracked. She can't leave the country, and she can't even leave her own home. So how the hell did we get here? What the hell is happening? Let's talk about it.
Oh, that's why he's using that song.
Turkey is a pretty damn big country, and while some areas are more liberal, it still remains majoritarily a conservative country. So it's no surprise that a website like OF has been banned there for a while now. And you can already bet that other adult websites are also banned as well. In fact, in 2022 alone, they had blocked over 137,000 web addresses. At some point, they had even blocked Instagram, but in the end, it turned out to be for political reasons, and the website is now live again, but we don't know for how long. This 9-day ban was done in 2024, and one of its biggest critics was none other than Merve, who at this point was already very controversial and had gotten in trouble with the law multiple times. Instagram was actually the platform where she gained her notoriety. Many Turkish businesses rely on Instagram to differentiate themselves in a hyper-competitive market. This is what eventually led her to create adult content in parallel. She understood marketing as well as rage baiting. At some point, she bragged that 3 months of rent in her villa in Bali is worth $100,000, adding that she's not rich, your income is just low. It's especially easy to get people to hate you when you make statements like this, especially from Turkey, because it's a country going through quite a lot of financial difficulties. So obviously, she had no shortage of people who hated her guts, but at the same time, she was making too much money to care. That was until she decided to go to Amsterdam. You see, the Netherlands and Turkey could not be
This just
more
looks
different.
amazing.
You would never in a million years find a sex museum open in the center of the capital of Turkey. But you do in Amsterdam, and it just so happens to be a very popular touristic destination as well. Now, Merve had... How do I explain this without getting absolutely demonetized to oblivion? Okay. here's what we can do. All right, so in the sex museum, there's this popular attraction.
Ain't no
Many
way you're
tourists
drawing,
like
bro.
to sit on it and take a picture riding it. Now I'm
Okay.
gonna draw something completely unrelated so you understand, okay? All right, so here's a palm tree,
Oh,
but
no.
unfortunately there are two big coconuts
Okay.
that decided to fall under the palm tree. Two massive, humongous
Okay,
coconuts.
okay, sir.
And on those coconuts, you had someone sitting on them while cheering. I think you understand where we're going with this, right?
Okay, sir.
Merve had taken an image of her doing this in the museum and then proceeded to post it on Instagram. She thought it was funny, and honestly, looking at this picture, yeah, it's ridiculous. But what she found even more ridiculous is the fact that because of this image, she was arrested twice after coming back to Turkey from the Netherlands. And then she was summoned to court to face obscenity charges. This was back in summer of 2021, but this was truly only the beginning.
What?
This case was actually going to be very important because it was going to set a legal precedent for anything similar in the future. So even though
so
many
she was
people
used
found
as
it
an
ridiculous,
example.
the stakes were actually pretty damn
As an
high here,
example,
and
yeah.
it left Turkish people very divided on what they were hoping to get out of the verdict. So imagine the shock of some Turkish citizens when she actually went to court and it turned out that she was guilty. She was sentenced to 6 months in prison.
Oh
That was
my
then reduced
gosh.
to 5 months because of her good behavior. However, she would only go to prison if she was a repeat offender in the time frame of 5 years. Yes, that means she was placed on a 5-year probation. If she ever were to screw up again in those 5 years, she would go straight to prison. But how is it even possible to prosecute someone like this? Well, in the Turkish Penal Code, Article 226, they talk about obscenity. She was prosecuted under paragraph 2, which says any person who broadcasts or publishes obscene written or audiovisual material or who acts as an intermediary for this purpose shall be sentenced to a penalty of imprisonment for a term of 6 months to 3 years and a judicial fine of up to 5,000 days.
This is why you don't go to other countries and just do whatever you want. Look at the rules. Listen, what she did was crazy. But like, why? Like, are you doing this not knowing? Oh wait, I guess she just thought that she was in a different country, so she's like, "Oh, I'm free." That's crazy.
But here's the catch. This entire article does not detail what obscenity refers to. On January 2025, an OF girl in Turkey said that she was going to sleep with 100 men in 24 hours.
Oh my
the
gosh.
cops went to her
Oh
home
my
and
gosh.
arrested her immediately. Okay, immediately. She didn't even get a chance to open her legs.
Oh my god. First of all, I'm glad they did that because that's insane. I don't even know why people be doing this. Arrested for obscenity in Turkey after found with 100 men in 24 hours. After claimed to sleep with 1,000. Oh my gosh. I'm pretty sure the United States have a similar law. Really? Didn't she get arrested when she went back to her homeland? You talking about? Yeah, I'm talking about the whatchamacallit chick. The whatchamacallit chick. The Turkey chick. I mean, this girl's from Turkey too, but she's not.
And arrested her immediately, okay? Immediately. She didn't even get a chance to open her legs. So you gotta wonder, what is obscenity? It could be anything. Oh, you posted an image on Instagram with your girlfriend wearing a bikini? Well, you're getting arrested. That's what kind of was worrying people, right? And her losing that case set a precedent that yes, they could arrest you for quite literally anything. That's just how it was. Now, obviously, it was in Merve's best interest to kind of lay off social media, take a step back so that she doesn't get in trouble again within that 5-year probation period. But she didn't stop. And she had a lot of haters that saw this probationary period as an opportunity to put her in prison. At some point, Merve had posted a non-explicit image on her Instagram that she had also posted on her OF account.
Oh.
This was enough for her haters to report her to the authorities. This happened at the end of 2020.
Dang.
A little over a year after she got prosecuted with a 5-year probationary period. She had tweeted out, "I have a court date on January 12th. A court decision was made under the name of obscenity crime because of the normal photos I used OnlyFans and shared on my Instagram account. Congratulations to those who reacted. You have achieved your goal." She then replied to that post showing everyone the text she had received, summoning her to court, and specified in the tweet under it that yes, she's under probationary period. If she's prosecuted, then both sentences will be combined together for a prison term.
Dang.
So that's 5 months from the sex museum fiasco, and God knows how many more months this trial was going to give her. She was potentially about to be in a lot of trouble. Again, this made international news, and again, this was going to set a pretty big precedent. Merve argued that if she were to lose this, then the majority of Turkish people can say goodbye to their freedoms. Now, I don't need to tell you that this was very controversial. It was a very two-sided incident, with one side being fully with her and another side wanting to see her in prison for the rest of her life, alright? There was no in between. But if you haven't figured it out already, for an OF girl, there is no such thing as bad publicity in anything that happens. Even if they were to crash their car, anything is a marketing opportunity, and that's exactly how Merve treated this. When she showed up to court on January 12, 2023, she showed up with a skimpy-ass outfit. Bear in mind, she was being tried for obscenity, and she showed up with something like this to court just to get more people to talk about her. It worked, of course, but people were concerned that she was taunting the judges with an outfit like this. It simply wasn't looking good for her at all. In the end, though, the court couldn't really reach a decision. They delayed the hearing by 2 weeks because they needed more time to look at evidence. To Merve, this was a victory. She had gotten so much publicity, so much marketing, all eyes were on her, and she was still a free woman. But still, people kept a very close eye. She only had 2 weeks of reprieve before the next court date. And of course, on January 26th, she took the opportunity to wear an even more revealing outfit. Yeah, very interesting choice, right? Many people thought she was playing with fire, almost like she wanted to be prosecuted. But somehow, I don't know how, she managed to get acquitted. Not only were the new charges completely thrown out the window, but the old charges concerning her whole stunt at the sex museum in Amsterdam were also thrown out. She was essentially a free woman. No more prison time to worry about, no more probation. She had a clean record now. And she had set a pretty damn strong precedent to anyone doing OF content in Turkey. I'm pretty sure no one was expecting this, even herself, but she kind of became the face of OF girls in Turkey because of this. But even so, she didn't waste a single second celebrating. Shortly after, she took a plane to Bali and just started living there. Here's a tweet referencing that. I moved out of my country because I could not stand the court cases I've experienced in Turkey and the pressure Turkey has put on me that I'm an obscene person. You lost a star you did not know. I would like to thank everyone who has always supported me during this process once again. This was her stating to the whole world she was finally free from the clutches of her evil country and would reference the...
Oh, dang. Okay. Hold on. Let me see that. Send him to the police. Yep, Tony. Send him in jail. That reminds me of there's a law in Texas that is trying to get passed, and it's an obscenity law. Obscenity law in Texas. Nice. She didn't think about it one bit. No, she didn't. You been to Turkey before, Ethan? If the law gets into effect, a lot of things can be affected, from anime to comic books and Adult Swim. I see. I heard like they tried to do something like that already. Oh yeah, Morgan, that would happen to you probably. Yeah, Dragon Ball can be banned in Texas. Oh yeah, because you're talking about the manga, right? Oh, and the anime too. No, she's the judge. Probably. No, it's not nice.
Court case again as well, saying last year around this time I went to court for obscenity and was acquitted. You know, my friends, in fact, my court result sets a precedent because it was the first time such a court case was held in Turkey. In other words, I did not escape from Turkey. I can come for a holiday if I want, and here's a warning to you. Soon, you will not be able to wear shorts, skirts, or even low-cut clothes. You paved the way for this, now watch and see. You are turning your own life into a prison, you don't know it. So yes, what she was saying was true. She had set an important precedent, but at the same time, it sounded like she was divorcing herself from her country. It seemed like she had finally escaped this system that she hated so much, like she was finally free. This is why no one could have ever predicted that shortly after tweeting this out, she would find herself in the biggest trouble she could have ever imagined with the Turkish authorities. So as she had said in this tweet, she could come to Turkey for a holiday whenever she wanted, and she did exactly that. She was there during the month of February 2025, so very recently. And as she would often show off to people, she would stay in a very high-end hotel. This is when she would decide to tweet this out on February 12th, 2025. I can be a girlfriend for dinner for those who are single on Fee, 400,000 Turkish liras, which equates to 11,000 USD. My features: 1. I am talkative, we can chat a lot. 2. My beauty, you can create a good image with me outside. 3. I am known in Turkey, you can satisfy your ego within yourself.
Gosh.
4. I'm smarter than you expect, you'll be surprised. Bonus, I have great manipulation skills, be careful not to fall in love. Bonus 2, if you need motivation on anything, I'm pretty good at that too. Bonus 3, I am humble. Now look, you've watched this video this far, right?
What?
You know this is rage bait. I mean, of course it is. $11,000 to her is probably what she earns daily. And these points, especially bonus 3, is made to just piss you off. And you know what? It worked. 1.7 million views. 800 very angry replies. It's no different than what we talked about in the beginning of this video. But she had rage baited a little too hard because it ended up reaching.
I'll be moving to
the
Europe to
Turkish
draw all my
authorities.
anime
You
women.
see,
Like,
at this point, Merve had gotten quite a few eyes on her throughout the years because of the controversy she was in. This meant that she had a big group of people literally wanting nothing more than seeing her suffer. So when they saw this tweet, they reported her to the Turkish authorities. She caught wind of this, and on Valentine's Day, she had tweeted out, "Are you complaining about me to the authorities? I don't think eating is a crime. If they wish, we can eat together too." So in her mind, she did nothing wrong. And if the police were to show up to her house, they can eat with her too because it's not a crime. But little did she know, this was actually going to be the biggest crime of her entire life. Shortly after, she was straight up arrested and brought to the Istanbul Central Police Station. The authorities were done playing around. She wasn't going to get a pass like the last 2 times. She had literally rage baited the police. Like
How?
That's exactly what
Oh,
happened.
because
She was placed under house arrest because the authorities argued that her post for Valentine's Day was obscene. Again, this goes back to the idea that we have no clue what obscene means.
Okay.
It can be anything in Turkish law.
all right. I see where the mistakes are going. Okay, we have to establish because this is crazy. We have to establish what obscene. Oh, we have to establish what that is. Because before we can make a law, all right, Titan, you're right. It is not nice. I take that back. The Texas team Euro sees obscene and arrests you. Okay. You think? Obscene? You think? Why didn't it notify me? Okay. This is hasn't been passed yet. Yeah. Good thing I don't live in Texas. Let's see, because it can be anything. No. We have to establish. No, for the law, we have to establish. She's stupid still. Yeah. That is still dumb of her. She playing with fire. Based on someone's. Yeah, but I know, but that's why I said we have to make a law, right? So we have to make a benchmark. We have to make a benchmark. Like, let's say the benchmark is outside dang near nothing on. Okay? Or on like social media apps, like normal social media apps. Like, I guess you can not say like a Patreon or like a OF thing because of the fact that those are subscription based. But like free accounts, you out like that, that's you. You know what I'm saying? But then what are you gonna say about Twitter? I mean, I don't know. Okay, I'm not making this law. I'm just saying.
Merve said, "What did I go through? I was taken from my home and brought to the Istanbul Security Directorate in Geretepe, where I gave my statement. The officers were very polite, and I thanked them for that," she wrote. "My phone was confiscated. I don't know when I'll get it back. After my statement, I spent a night in a cold, airless, and not-so-hygienic holding cell. I was freezing."
The next day, she was transferred to the courthouse. She said, "The prosecutor was friendly and warm, but then he caught me off guard and requested my arrest. I wasn't expecting that at all." The judge had officially given her house arrest. And she said, "I don't know how long this will last. Can someone please tell me this is a joke and none of it is real?" Her house arrest lasted a total of 19 days. And throughout it all, she was forced to wear an ankle monitor that monitors her location at all times. It was only on March 6th, 2025 that she could finally remove it. She then posted this statement on her Instagram. "My 19-day house arrest has officially ended. Now I have to sign in once a week and I still have a travel ban. My court hearing is scheduled for June 17th, 2025 at 11:30 a.m. I hope for an acquittal. Wish me luck. P.S. I'm a bit disappointed that I won't be able to go on vacation to Ibiza until the hearing." So that means, even though she's not under house arrest anymore, she is under probation. She has to sign in once a week and she cannot, under any circumstances, leave the country. Even though she had been acquitted from the 2 previous charges, it seems that this time she had particularly rage baited someone in the authorities, and they're just not willing to let her go. And around 3 months from now, we'll see just how badly the authorities want to put her in prison and for how long. But if they do, it will yet again set a precedent. For now though, thank you so much for watching the video until the end. Sorry for sounding sick throughout the whole thing, that's because I am, and I'll see you in the next video whenever that is. I love you so much. Mwah.
That is crazy. That is crazy. Like, people keep playing. Oh wait, whoa! Ain't this what's his name's game?
On January 17th, 2025, the Federal Trade Commission posted a press release on its website saying that due to their referral, the Department of Justice of the United States had gone after Genshin Impact's developer. The lawsuit title is crazy in itself. The United States versus Cognosphere, the parent company of Genshin Impact. I never thought I'd see that sentence in my life. They allege that Genshin Impact has deceived children, teens, and other players into spending hundreds of dollars on prizes they stood little chance of winning, as well as having a blatant disrespect towards children's privacy rights, and that's barely scraping the surface, guys. Look, this came out of nowhere. It caught everyone by surprise. But it turns out that the FTC has been working on this investigation for years now, as early as 2022.
I think videos and images are the reason the law wouldn't work. Ah. Yeah, probably. It's the same way people promote theirs on other sites like and Facebook. What the heck is... Oh, TikTok. Why did you abbreviate it like that? The videos are PG in the sense of... yeah, I guess.
What was even more shocking to many is that instead of countersuing, Genshin Impact's developer didn't. They ended up settling, paying over $20 million and having to change multiple aspects of their monetization in-game. Additionally, every single news outlet at this point has talked about this, okay? This game is such a phenomenon that yes, whenever something like this happens, it does impact the game industry as a whole. The lawsuit itself that was filed by the FTC contains a lot of interesting little surprises, like how some characters are mentioned by name or how SS Sniperwolf makes a fucking appearance. The community reaction, though, resulted in an implosion of people completely fighting each other on different opinions. The impact that this lawsuit has had has already been huge, but it stands to be even bigger in the future, so we have to talk about it. Let's do this. If you weren't born yesterday and have played video games for like the last 10 years at least, you know the term microtransactions and loot boxes. You couldn't have avoided them, even if you wanted to.
Yep.
The term loot box has gotten so big that you can find it on the website of the UK Parliament or on an Australian government website. There's a lot of controversy surrounding these game mechanics because for many, they are very similar to what you'd find in a casino, except this is marketed to all ages. Concern kept growing as parents started to notice that the games their children were playing had a lot of gambling mechanics incorporated into them. This all somewhat culminated into the very infamous moment in which the UK brought forth some gaming executives and questioned them about their loot box mechanics, with this EA executive saying that they're not loot boxes, they're just surprise mechanics.
Well, first, we don't call them loot boxes. I think that was
whatever term you wish to apply to them. Do you consider them ethical?
So what we look at as surprise mechanics.
You know, what's funny to me is that these online casinos, right? They don't call themselves casinos. They call themselves gaming providers, right? Like, oh my God, hey, you make slot machines, right? No, I make
surprise mechanics.
I am a game developer. This sounds like the same exact mental gymnastics. This was back in 2019, and people thought that finally this gambling plague would leave their games alone, but unfortunately, nothing really happened. One of the most infamous companies in all this, of course, is EA Games. They make so much money from microtransactions. They call that extra content.
2K
in 2024,
also.
They made $4.4 billion from microtransactions, and half of it came from FIFA's Ultimate Team mode. Or sorry, EA FC 24, because they lost the FIFA trademark. The premise is simple. You build your own team to play against players. But the way you get the best players is by opening packs and relying fully on luck to get the ones that you want. In 2020, the Dutch court ruled that EA Games has 1 week to make changes to how this mechanic works. Otherwise, they would fine them 500,000 euros a week, up to 10 million euros until they do. Many people saw this as a victory, but EA said, no, we're not going to do that.
Go to rant about EA.
And 2 years later, that fine got canceled. Nothing's really changed in that regard. Look, one thing was for certain by that point, loot boxes were becoming more and more taboo. As companies became increasingly fearful of costly regulation, they started looking at other monetization mechanics and found inspiration in Fortnite's item shop. You'd get a bunch of rare items, you could buy them for points, and if you didn't buy them, then they disappeared and you would never know if you could get them again. Fortnite found huge profitability with this business model as well as their battle pass, and other companies found success with this business model too. Not all of them though, okay? Not all of them. However, on the other side of the planet, you still had many game companies using a monetization system similar to loot boxes, and it was getting very profitable. They were called gacha games. There are so many gacha games out there, most of them on mobile, and many of them not even being able to survive for more than a few years before being, well, deleted. You'll always find new releases, and you'll always hear news of old games shutting down. But where the hell did they come from? Well, it's from where all the other good things come from too. Japan. It originated from the term gachapon, which are these machines here. Let's take the example of this car gachapon machine where you put 300 yen and you're hoping to get your favorite car out of these 5 different cars. The idea here is that you're gambling, but you're gambling on preference, not on money. After putting your money in this machine, you're receiving a car, whether you like it or not. It's just that you might not be getting the one that you want. And that's exactly how gacha games work as well.
That's smart.
Wikipedia takes this even further.
So you technically are still paying for something.
Magic the Gathering are actually a type of gacha. This would make Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, all those games gacha as well, even though no one really refers to them that way. Now when you hear gacha, you're thinking of a game, free to play, most likely on mobile, that's either from China, Korea, or Japan. And this is where Genshin Impact came in on September 28th, 2020. Gacha before Genshin was very niche. It was also mostly on mobile. Genshin changed that by not only making it available on PC, but on PS4 as well. More importantly, it was appealing to the mainstream audience.
Wait, Genshin is on PS4?
So if you liked open world games, it was enough for you to try Genshin. But the thing is,
I thought it was only a mobile game.
People quite understand just how much money Genshin makes. Half of its revenue comes from its home country, China. But it's estimated that by 2025, it'll be on track to hit $10 billion in total since release. Some of you watching might be thinking, oh, wait a second, that's not really a lot of money. Well, I don't really blame you. The government throws $1 billion, $2 billion, $3 billion like it's $5
oh, yeah, that's true.
From time to time.
They do be doing that.
Here's a fun little comparison. Ever since Grand Theft Auto 5 released, if you include all their copies sold and all the revenue
it's on everywhere?
from GTA Online, they've made $8.5 billion. Do you understand now? Like, are we on the same page? Genshin Impact in 5 years has made more than Grand Theft Auto 5 in over a decade.
Okay, that's crazy.
That's how profitable gacha can be for the top companies. For the first 6 months of 2024, Genshin Impact stayed their top earner, with Honkai Star Rail, another game of theirs, being very close second. So it shows that even though gacha games have low life expectancy, Genshin was still holding on quite well. The Federal Trade Commission, of course, will keep track of these things. They're constantly looking at the top earners in app stores, whether it be Apple's or Google's. And their goal as an organization is to stand up for the American consumer when they're not being bribed, of course. The first thing you see on their website is COPPA, the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, and they were going to use this as a basis to actually file a complaint against Genshin Impact's developer. Which brings us here. United States of America versus Cognosphere. Now you might be wondering, why Cognosphere? Why not Hoyoverse? That's the game's company. No? Well, it's complicated. Domestically in China, they're still known as MiHoYo. Globally, for partnerships, they're Hoyoverse. But the parent company that oversees finances and transactions is Cognosphere, based in Singapore, just like Hoyoverse. But for sake of clarity, I'll just say Hoyoverse from now on. This case is split into two major parts. The first part focusing on the Children's Privacy Protection Act, and the second part focusing on the monetization mechanics used by Genshin Impact. But the thing they start off with, and I find this really funny, they try to explain why Genshin is directed to children under 13, right? They make it a point. Look at this. They argue that Paimon, right, your companion throughout the whole game, and the mascot of the game in the App Store is directed towards children. Some people will definitely agree with this, some others won't. But I can tell you right now, a lot of adults find Paimon annoying, so maybe they're onto something here. I don't know. I'm not so sure here, but I just find it so funny. But this for me is where it gets hilarious, okay? They show you an ad where it says Cute Force, where you see 3 characters you can play in the game, Diona, Chi-Chi, and Klee. This to them is similar to children's art, and that these promotional materials are appealing to children because they emphasize the childlike qualities of these heroes. Look, bro, I don't know who's got to tell him, but in the gacha sphere, this ad would appeal more to certain adults than children. Okay?
Oh my gosh.
But that's all I'll say on the matter, okay? Let's keep going. They allege that Hoyoverse intentionally hired influencers that have an audience of children to advertise the game to. For example, many of these paid influencers won or were finalists for categories related to gaming and online media at the Nickelodeon's Kids' Choice Awards. Some of them were big content creators for Minecraft or Roblox. And they also allege that some internal planning documents used by Hoyoverse made note of whether hired influencers were known for producing Minecraft or Roblox-related content. To strengthen this argument, they mention a hide-and-seek minigame that happens once a year in Genshin Impact by the name of Windtrace, and how they hired an influencer by the name of It's Funny to play it on their YouTube channel.
It's funny.
You know what? I mean, this does look like Cocomelon, but in Roblox. Like, I'm not going to lie to you. It's the same kind of thumbnail. It does look like a kid's channel. But it's important to note here that there was nothing mentioning any of the gacha mechanics, right? It was just a bunch of friends playing together like you would watch C-nanners playing prop hunt, right? Are you guys old enough to understand this reference? God, I hope so. But these things were enough for the FTC to determine that Genshin Impact is directed to children within the meaning of the COPPA rule. Their biggest issue relating to COPPA was Hoyoverse collecting personal information from children without obtaining parental consent. They outline how here. It's through their social network. So if you didn't know, Hoyoverse has a social network called Hoyolab,
like
where
so
you can
complicated.
share things from
I didn't know Genshin was so complicated. People are addicted to gambling. That is true. That is true. And when you find out how strategic they are with it, it's crazy.
And resources, and also do a daily check-in that gives you rewards. The FTC argues that in many instances, Hoyoverse has become aware that Hoyolab users are children. Some users have stated or indicated in communications reviewed by Hoyoverse that they were under 13 years old, for example, in social media postings on Hoyolab or in posted photographs, videos, or audio files containing the child's image or voice from which it was apparent that the user was a child.
Oh my God.
Hoyoverse has in some instances taken limited and insufficient corrective steps when it has discovered a post by a child, such as removing the post in question and muting the user from posting on the Hoyolab social network, but without deleting or seeking verifiable parental consent for the use or disclosure of other personal information of the child already collected. So this is how they argue that despite them knowing that they had children on their website, they took no steps and therefore collected their personal information with no issues on their end. And you know what? The FTC is not wrong at all here. It took me less than 5 minutes to find a minor posting their cosplay on Hoyolab. I'm not going to show the post itself or the person's username, but all you got to know is it says from a minor, okay? It's in the title and it has over 400 likes, which is viral for Hoyolab. Now, don't get this twisted. It doesn't mean that minors shouldn't be having fun cosplaying their favorite characters, but the entire point of COPPA is for them to have protection while doing it. And if Hoyoverse doesn't acknowledge that they're on their platform, then what's stopping someone from following them, interacting with them, and maybe even messaging them harmful things? Nothing. There are no protections in place. The FTC then reveals that the investigation into Genshin Impact has been going on for a while, and when Hoyoverse actually became aware of it in December 2022, they sneakily changed a little section in their privacy policy, saying our services are not marketed to or intended for children. But for the FTC, that means nothing because, in their opinion, Hoyoverse has not sought to collect parental consent at any point in time. And then this is where things get interesting. We're talking about monetization, but not just in regards to children, but also in regards to something the FTC calls dark patterns. In this case, the FTC says that Hoyoverse used confusing systems of virtual currency exchanged for loot boxes and deceived people about the low odds of desirable prizes to trick players into spending much more than they meant.
They do.
Making it a
It's
dark
sad.
pattern. So in Genshin Impact, in order to pull for a limited 5-star character, you need a currency called Intertwined Fates. One fate means
It's
one
like it's
pull.
so,
To
and
get
they do it
fates,
because
you
it's
need to
so
buy them with
easy.
primogems.
And the
One
reason why it's so
fate
easy is
equals
because the
160
parents just give
primogems.
them
You
a
can earn
phone or a
primogems
tablet
in
and
the
say,
game. But if you want to spend money,
get
you
away
buy
from me.
Genesis
You know what I mean?
crystals. You can then use the Genesis crystals to
It's
convert
crazy.
them to primogems to then use the primogems to buy the fates. But when you buy the Genesis crystals, you're not told how much they equal in terms of pulls. You have to do math. You have to unfortunately use your brain, take out the calculator, and calculate how much does this mean? If I spend $100, how many pulls do I realistically get? You don't have a straightforward answer in-game, and this is why the FTC is alleging that this is a dark pattern strategy. Additionally, they say that
that is true though. Like usually though, when I buy packs like that, I just don't care. I just
you
press
also
it.
see things like huge drop rate boost on marketing material, which is another dark pattern because it's deceiving. There's no drop rate boost. It's the same thing on every banner, except this one's limited for 20 days. This leads us to the next part, in which the FTC says that Hoyoverse had hired influencers
Wait, give me a second. I'll
specifically
be
to
back. Give me 1 second. I'll be back. All right, we're good.
Show off these gambling mechanics to make them fun for children. This is when I would encounter a name I never thought I'd see in 2025, which is SS Sniper Wolf. The FTC
That's
says
crazy.
that in May 2021,
She's still out
Hoyoverse
here?
hired her and paid her more than $100,000 to record 2 videos promoting Genshin Impact. Building upon their narrative that this is a 2-time winner of the Nickelodeon's Kids' Choice Awards in the favored gamer category, so her audience has a lot of kids watching.
What
Now
the
here's
heck?
where it gets really tricky.
Favorite
She
gamer?
was pulling for characters, right? Typically, if you do a 10 pull, you'll always see a purple light if you don't win a 5-star because you're guaranteed to get a 4-star every 10 pulls. If you were to pull for a 5-star, you see a golden light. This is how you know that, oh my god, I just got a 5-star. In Sniper Wolf's video, it's purple, okay? This means that it's a 4-star. There is no, it's impossible that a 5-star is in there. And yet, guys, I'm telling you, you will not believe what happens when she gets to the final pull. Okay, first off, remember, we pulled 10 wishes. Okay, you cannot pull more than 10. You cannot pull less except for one at a time, right? And yet, all of a sudden, you see 11 and then 12. And oh, look, this is a 5-star in a purple pull. Wow. Wow, who would have ever thought, dude? Wow, your RNG is really good, dude. It's so good that it defied game mechanics and is as crazy as someone getting a rare in a CSGO case and it turning out to be a skin worth 2 cents. You know, this is how crazy this is, just so you understand. The FTC alleges here that Hoyoverse are complicit because they got to review this video before it was published since they were paying her to do it, and they still approved this. You cannot wish for more than 10 times at the same time, and yet here you saw 12, okay, that was already misleading, and you see a 5-star character appear when the highest one was supposed to be 4 stars. Another dark pattern. Look, part of the reason why many Genshin fans were shocked to find this lawsuit was because when it comes to their gacha mechanics, Genshin are very honest with their odds. You have this massive array of paragraphs that tell you exactly what to expect when you pull and the probability. I saw many people arguing this, saying, dude, who doesn't read this? Like, you have to be an idiot to not read the odds. And yet, the FTC is alleging that these odds are misleading. Look, when you get a 5-star character, you have a coin flip that plays in the background. If you win the coin flip, you get the character that you want.
Oh my goodness. Like this, no I'm listening, and I'm just like, so you flip a coin? Who here plays Genshin? I need to know. Who plays Genshin?
One from the standard pool. When Genshin Impact says that the base probability of winning a 5-star character is 0.6%, they're being misleading. So what the FTC says is that it should be 0.3%, a 3 in 1,000 chance to get the character that's actually on the limited banner, which is what people are actually pulling for, right? Realistically, no one's pulling for their 6th Diluc or Chi-Chi, right? All these things added up make up this case. The FTC believes that through Genshin Impact, Hoyoverse has failed to protect...
Do you remember all this? Do you remember doing all this? Bro was a pro. Wait, is like Genshin like online like... What is like how what is like I remember booting it up for a second and I turned it off after. I mean I never booted it up to play the game though, because I was trying to test this method that I saw somebody doing. Like somebody did like an animation, right? And they got into Genshin and then they used Genshin as a reference. So I was trying to mimic that, and then once it like didn't work out how I wanted it to, I just gave up on it.
Children's data, has failed to get parental consent, has used dark patterns in its monetization mechanics, and that they have made a conscious effort targeting children in their marketing campaigns.
All these games
after the community
do this.
on Twitter caught wind of this, and well,
all
a lot
these
of them
games
had different things
target
to
kids.
say. PC Gamer published this article saying the FTC says Genshin Impact deceived children, teens, and other players into spending hundreds of dollars on prizes they stood little chance of winning. This then led into the biggest tweet of this entire shitstorm, which was made by Doro44, a well-renowned Genshin content creator. Here's what he said. Not to defend the multi-billion-dollar company, but aren't the gacha mechanics explained in game? If you're allowing your kids to spend your money in a gacha game, then that's just bad parenting. I'm not sorry. But I will say, implementing more protective measures so that kids don't go spending money they shouldn't isn't a bad thing. So obviously, as you can tell from the amount of comments, Doro received quite a bit of controversy. You know, people were very divided on this. And while many also tended to agree with him, there was a lot of chaos. What I will say, though, is that PC Gamer knew exactly what they were doing here, okay? This title doesn't really sum up the entire case very well. There would have been way less chaos if they just said, FTC sues Genshin Impact over Child Safety Protection Act. Like, that's completely different than what they're saying here. The damage was done, though. This tweet was the ground zero for what erupted on Twitter. This meme right here was being passed around a lot, right? Like, if someone felt that you were siding with Hoyoverse over the FTC, leave alone the multi-million-dollar company. Another content creator siding with Doro was Mr. Pokey, saying to people that are shitting on Doro, it's not a matter of whether the parents are aware that
these keep it correct at the same time, yeah.
But how the hell are your kids getting access to your credit cards? If my mom found out I swiped her credit card,
I barely started the story.
Beyond recognition, implying that in this case, the consumer needs to face responsibility, not just the company. With Doro thanking him for sharing his same opinion. On the other hand, you had Braxophone, a well-known guide maker in the Genshin community, saying this to Doro's tweet.
What the heck?
Hold
up, man.
Kids.
like, can we find like a video, like a little, like a little video about Genshin real fast? Cause a guide maker, like, does that mean he makes a guide to pass the story? Like, is this a story game or hold up? Hold up. I know Titan must know something about it. What would I type? Genshin Impact tutorial? Nah. Genshin Impact step by step. What is Genshin Impact? What on that? What is Genshin Impact all about? Wow, they really have a video on this.
In this video, we will go over the fantasy action-adventure game Genshin Impact and tell you what it's all about.
Oh, you never played it? I thought you
Genshin
did.
Impact is a free-to-play action-adventure game with RPG elements. It's available on PS4, PS5, PC, Android, and iOS. You start the game as a mysterious traveler who is searching for their lost twin in the world of Teyvat. Players will begin exploring Teyvat with their starter character along with your companion, Paimon. However, the storyline quickly takes a step back for the real draw of the game, its large and explorable open world. With a diverse array of playable characters that can be unlocked as you play, the open world has many dungeons, resources, and more to discover. Much of what you find, such as fruits and food, can be used in Genshin's cooking and crafting system.
Interesting.
Genshin Impact has a unique element system that
This game looks like it would be so fun if you can create your own character.
not only creatively fight enemies, but also interact with the world. For example, using fire and wind together can create a fire tornado that does extra damage to enemies. In addition, using an ice move over water will allow you to walk on lakes, allowing you to reach new areas. Genshin Impact also allows players to unlock characters, weapons, and or resources with in-game or real currency.
Okay.
Participation in the system is voluntary and is not necessary to continue progression in the game. Genshin Impact is primarily a single-player game, but multiplayer does become an option once players reach Adventurer rank 16 in-game. You can find out more about the game and where to download.
Wait, what do you mean it can be? So does that mean online exists or you play like co-op? Interesting. Interesting. Now, where was I at? Is it this one? Yeah.
But there's no justifiable reason for gacha to exist in the first place other than to disguise gambling as a fun game. We should not normalize gambling up to $300 every 3 weeks for game content, and especially not to children. Gacha is predatory. He then goes on to say that the only reason he plays gacha games is because they're the only live service games that are anime-based that are constantly updated. Bear in mind, this is someone who makes their entire living around gacha, and yet even he couldn't defend this monetization mechanic. Another opinion was not just from a content creator, but someone who has a child. Gotcha Smack is a content creator that makes content on Hoyoverse games in general, and here's what he had to say. Here's my take.
Gotcha
The
Smack.
average 35-plus parent in the world has no earthly clue what a gacha game even is. The games also hide their gacha in their descriptions. They don't even disclose a single loot box.
I'm not gonna get the
Nor
game.
do they mention the price points. The typical mom
It's
or
just
dad is
interesting.
going to examine that it's a 12-plus-year-old rating game, examine the description as well as the cartoon visuals, and go, this seems fine. This is deceptive and intentional by the companies because they know parents have no earthly clue about mobile gaming, because most parents don't play games period or understand the industry the way we do. The
Yeah,
kid
but-
gets addicted and runs into the price points, and how that unfolds is absolutely
Yeah,
due to
but
a lack of supervision.
don't give your kid a phone.
Regardless, these companies need to disclose in their marketing and promotions that they are in fact gacha games that contain gambling elements.
Yeah, but
which
don't
falls
give
under
your kid a
lack of
phone.
Regulation from the government. Parents would see it in the description and say, no shot, my kid is playing this, long overdue regulation needed. Now, someone did comment that the price points are actually there for the game. On the App Store, you can see how much all the bundles cost. But if we're going to be objective here, every single mobile game at this point has the same exact price points for packs, with the highest one always being $100. So it's not really enough for a parent to understand that there's gambling here. This had become
was
a
this stuff?
very heated topic for a while in between content creators and gacha game players. In the end, though, Hoyoverse themselves came out with a statement regarding the FTC's lawsuit. They said, Cognosphere, the distributor of Genshin Impact, has reached a settlement agreement with the United States Federal Trade Commission to strengthen and increase transparency around our parental consent and virtual currency practices. A statement
Yeah, but you said you knew about this, and that's why I thought you played the game.
Games and shows
How did you know
are
about
well
it?
received by global audiences and players across various
Oh, you just
ages.
probably heard about it
Genshin
around
Impact is a
town, huh?
popular free-to-play anime-style game designed for older teens and adults. While we believe many of the FTC's allegations are inaccurate, we agreed to the settlement because we value the trust of our community and share a commitment to transparency for our players. Under the agreement, we will introduce a new age gate and parental consent protections for children and young teens and increase our in-game disclosures around virtual currency and rewards for players in the US in the coming months. So in other words, the FTC's lawsuit's bullshit, but hey, listen, we can't be bothered to countersue. Take your $20 million, we'll make that back in a day, and yeah, I guess we'll change some things around in the game. Okay, this is as straightforward as it gets, guys. $20 million for them is child's play.
No, I know, but like, because I didn't know about the case and I don't play the game. And since you knew about the case, I think that you probably played the game.
For FIFA packs. When you open a premium gold pack, they say that it's a 4.2% chance to get a player gold 84 plus or higher in terms of stats. But what if I wanted a player that's like 94 or 96? Where are the odds there? We don't know. Let's not forget that even Apex Legends, I know it's a dead game, still has loot boxes as well. And let's not pretend here that children don't use these, and let's not pretend that EA Games actually seeks parental consent. This is why many people have shared the opinion that the US government is actually using COPPA, weaponizing it in order to go after companies they don't like, most notably Chinese companies.
100%.
Like
100%.
100%. How will this affect Genshin Impact?
It's because they can't profit from it.
Well, as a start, you're probably going to have an option to immediately
That's
buy
why they care.
Fates instead of Genesis Crystals, to then
Most of
convert
the
them to Primogems, and then buy Fates with them. There's probably going to be an option that's like, yo, buy 20 pulls for this much, buy 30 pulls for this much, among other little changes. So in some ways, yes, this only serves to benefit the consumer. The consumer is not losing anything here. But the question is this. Now that we know that the FTC has been working on this complaint for years, who else are they targeting? There are other gacha games out there that compete with Genshin Impact directly, like Wuthering Waves. It's also a Chinese game, but a $20 million fine will severely impact their cash flow. It won't just be a walk in the park like Hoyoverse. So will this stop here, or will it get worse? That's the question on everyone's minds. Look, one thing is for certain in the end, gacha loves American money. But let's see how far they'll comply with this. And let's see if the FTC will seek to go after other, more predatory video game companies in the future. For now, though, that's pretty much it. If you watched till the end, I love you. Thank you so much. And I'll see you in the next video, whenever that is. Mwah.
Wait, what? Oh my goodness. I kind of want to see this.
In the year 1711, Alexander Pope, an English poet and translator, coined a very popular phrase.
I mean, I might be able to still watch
is
this.
human, which meant that it is normal for people to make mistakes. It's part of being a human being. And even though this was over 300 years ago, this remains a popular topic even today.
Okay, I go to sleep now.
Some
Have a
of the
go
richest
there.
people on the planet will tell you to make as many mistakes as you can so you can learn from them and adapt, because that's what being human is all about. That is, of course, unless you're any sort of celebrity in South Korea. You cannot, in any way, shape, or form, make any sort of mistake because you're expected to be perfect. The idea here is that if you're privileged enough to become famous, then you are not allowed to be human anymore. You cannot make mistakes, you can't have emotions, you can't fall in love, you can't have a personal life. Why would you? I mean, you're not human, you're a god. And a god is perfect. This title, in an article by the Korea Herald, says it best. Loved like idols, canceled like demons. An idol and a demon could not be more different, and yet, as a celebrity in South Korea, you are constantly swinging between both, with the smallest mistake able to convert you from idol to demon overnight. This extreme shift from being praised like a god to being vilified like the most disgusting human being imaginable, just for being human and making mistakes, has had so many casualties that you'd think they were going out to fight a war. Here's a very common example as to how it all happens. The public finds out that a very renowned actor had substance abuse problems with drugs. Instead of being supportive and hoping that he goes to rehab, he's criticized, he's stalked, he's sent hate messages, and eventually he leaves this planet, but it's not over yet. They couldn't even let him rest properly.
Wait, what? Hold up. Move out the way. What? Private funeral. Shutting out the cameras. Stalked him for his last month. Oh my god. Under investigation of the drug use, the entertainment industry has been put on a hold with several events canceled. Former colleagues turned into... Oh my gosh, bro.
Korean media leaked his final moments through CCTV cameras on the street, as well as the final note he left his wife, which was private, by the way. One mistake, and he went from one of the most respected actors in South Korea to a vilified demon. This is so ridiculously common, and it happens to such young people that it should practically be recognized at this point as an official part.
What? Oh my... You see, listen... Oh, wait, hold up. Zura, you gone? I'm gonna add, she can't be a singer or a professional singer. I don't know if I said that in the list. I said she can't be a movie star. She can't be a... What does it say? She can't be a streamer. She can't be a movie star, an actress. She can't be a pro wrestler. She can't be a professional singer. There you go.
Of South Korean culture. So it's no surprise that unfortunately, just very recently on February 17th, 2025, Kim Se-ron, a well-renowned South Korean actress, had left us at the young age of 24.
Oh my gosh.
Now, usually when this happens, because it does happen too often, media outlets try to find someone to blame for more clicks. Who was the cause of this person's death? Sometimes they like to blame another celebrity that was in her circle of friends, and it turns out to be untrue, so that other celebrity also ends up offing themselves.
Oh my gosh.
Most of the time, people online, the South Korean netizens, are blamed, but not much is really done about it because it's a number of people.
Yeah.
However, this time, a particular YouTuber is being blamed for the death of Kim Se-ron. During her funeral, the father of Se-ron said that this YouTuber right here by the name of Lee Jin-ho was a massive contributor to her ending it all. And for one of the first times ever, we have the media being held accountable in South Korea for the death of someone like this. The BBC reported on this and called it a case of real-life Squid Game. If you ever need just one story to show you just how ridiculously dystopian South Korea's celebrity scene is, then this is the one. So let's get right into it and talk about it. Let's do this. I sincerely apologize for surprising my fans who have supported me. Wow, that's a statement I would expect from someone who did something unforgivable. It was written by a K-pop star back in March 2024. Could you guess what she might have done wrong? I don't know. Did she launch a crypto coin? Did she commit a crime? Did she hurt someone? She was in a private relationship. Yep, she made the mistake of falling in love.
My gosh. I mean, I know, like, with the K-pop idols and everything and celebrities, especially with the female ones, they want you to be single. But ain't no way that is why.
Love and dating an actor. I apologize for surprising you greatly, she said, promising to show a more mature and hardworking side in the future. Bro, it's almost like she showed up to a concert drunk and couldn't sing or something. But no, her fans took this very seriously. She had committed one of the...
No, that's crazy, though. You can't say that's not crazy, Titan. Have you heard something like that happening before? Like somebody, you know, deleting because they got in a relationship? Have you ever seen that?
ruining the fantasy. Get this, one of her demented, absolutely unhinged fans parked a vehicle in front of her agency that had a massive electronic billboard with the words, "Is the love given to you by your fans not enough?" Karina's mistake wasn't that she fell in love. It was that she assumed that she could be a human now that she's famous. This is the industry that we're dealing with here. And unfortunately for Kim Sae-ron, there was no one to warn her about this because she started so damn young. She was born in the year 2000, and the first ever movie she starred in was in 2009, when she was barely 9 years old. It was a hit, and it showed talent that you very rarely find in a child actor, making it get shown in the Cannes Film Festival, the Toronto Film Festival, the Berlin Film Festival, and winning Best Children's Feature Film at the Asia Pacific Screen Awards. She was a sensation from her first movie, making a name for herself not just in South Korea, but globally as well, which is not easy to do to begin with, and even harder to do when you're 9 years old. From the perspective of a fan, she had everything you could ever wish for. Many people struggle to launch their careers in their 20s, and there she was doing it, and she wasn't even hitting puberty yet. She was meeting some very talented actors,
Oh my gosh,
getting to
it's
work
sad.
with some very talented
Especially
directors
with
and producers,
a lot of these East Asian places.
So how the hell did we end up here? How could everything go wrong in the span of
They're
barely
just
a
so
decade? Well, it
they're
starts with the
unconfrontational.
profession. It's no secret, especially now, that being a child actor is probably one of the worst things you can do in your life.
100%.
When I was a kid and watched Nickelodeon
You saw what happened
and
with
Disney, I used to be envious of these actors,
me
thinking,
too.
wow, it must be so fun. You get to make money, do cool things, and be famous. Who wouldn't want that? Well, if you knew what they had to go through, you would not want any of it. Having to work slave labor, sometimes 12 hours a day, while your friends were playing football or chilling at home playing video games, you had to navigate the political battlefield of a set. And even worse, you probably also had to avoid a predator who was the director or the producer wanting to touch you in different places. It
Oh my
wasn't
gosh.
fun. Now add
Yeah.
to this equation the fact
That
that
guy.
you were in South Korea, and it's also even worse. One of the first controversies that Sae-ron was in was when she was only 13 years old. It all started with a simple post. It was two photos where Kim was sitting with her friends on a sofa, and in front of them there were bottles of wine and wine glasses on the coffee table. In the other photo, Sae-ron is in a karaoke room singing, and one could see a pack of cigarettes not too far from her on the table. The poster of these two photos claimed that Sae-ron was smoking and drinking underage.
Oh
and
my
obviously,
gosh.
that is not a small claim to make at all, especially in a society like South Korea. This was an integral moment in her life. This was the first time she realized that no matter what she said or did, people weren't going to believe her once they made up their minds about her. She posted a response, and here's what she had to say. The day that this came up, no matter what I said, no one would have listened. The netizens that write bad comments will pound on their keyboards, accuse and attack until they see the end, which is when they will find interest elsewhere. If I have been good, those who believe me will believe me. Those who don't know me and are jealous of me will not want to hear anything that is good or the truth. She had to face this harsh realization when she was only 13 years old. I can't imagine going through something like this. I mean, this is when you go through puberty. You don't even know
Rotten
who
mango?
you are as a person. You're still discovering yourself, and you have people already judging you. It's insane. And it's not like she had a support structure around her to help her with things like this. When she was older, we found out from her mother that at a certain point, she had taken her and her two siblings with her at the edge of the balcony and was about to jump.
Oh my
Sae-ron
gosh.
screamed as loud as possible to convince her mother not to do this, and eventually she thankfully was convinced and didn't end up jumping. If that's not traumatic, then I don't know what is. When she was older, she also opened up about how she used to get bullied in school because she was famous, when you would usually expect the opposite to happen. She said, the bullying was pretty intense. They'd write curse words and mean things about me in playgrounds and on the walls on the way home.
Man,
They'd
kids
steal
are
my
cruel in
shoes so I'd have
every-
to walk home barefoot.
in
I'd
every,
get a call and go
um,
outside to see that no one was there, and when
country.
I invited everyone for a birthday party, no one showed up. After this, she was asked a follow-up question. Did this make you ever regret becoming an actress? And she said, at first, it was really tough for me, but then I'd be sitting in the theater for my own film, and the moment I saw my name appear in the ending credits, I'd become overwhelmed with joy. Look, it was clear. Practically everything in Sae-ron's life sucked except for her career. Acting was everything she had, and it's what made her enjoy life. But here's the problem. Acting in general is an extremely intense career. And on top of that, you're doing it in a country that expects you to be perfect like an angel every single step of the way. You can't make mistakes. It doesn't matter who you are. This pressure catches up to you one day or another. And when it does, if you don't have a support system, then you end up doing things that no one would ever want to do. So that means if you want to keep functioning as a regular human being, you have to start coping. And what do so many child actors do to cope? Substance abuse, drug addiction, alcoholism, or both. Macaulay Culkin, the star of the Home Alone movies, became addicted to drugs when he grew up. Demi Lovato shot up heroin for a long time. I mean, the list is endless. And this wasn't going to be any different for Seyron. The pressure had caught up to her, and it had reached its climax on the worst day of her life, the 18th of May, 2022. Look, Seyron really liked alcohol. But one day she overdid it dangerously. She drank 2 wine glasses and decided to drive her car, endangering herself and everyone around her, and ended up crashing into a transformer. This is the footage right here. This is her car. And boom, right into the transformer.
Dang.
This was already a really bad traffic violation, but it was made worse by the fact that 57 businesses couldn't continue operations because that transformer crash made them lose power.
Dang.
It was found out that her blood alcohol level when she had driven into the transformer was 0.2%, far exceeding the limit of 0.08%. And so it was confirmed she was going to face trial after getting indicted because of this DUI incident. She had done one of the worst things you could ever do as a celebrity in South Korea. Make a mistake and put others in danger because of that mistake as well. This is something that could have been controversial in the West as well, so it didn't look good. Shortly after, she posted a handwritten note on her Instagram saying that she made a big mistake by being drunk at that time, and that because of her wrong judgment and actions, she has hurt so many people, including the merchants and regular citizens. She gave her sincere apologies and said that the damage caused by the accident is currently being worked out with her and her agency. She also apologized to the production crews and the fellow actors and staff from her current projects because after this, they were all put on hold when it came to her roles in particular. This is because as soon as this incident happened, her agency dropped her, said they weren't going to renew the contract at the end of the year. She immediately was dropped from the drama she was in called Trolley, as well as the Netflix series Bloodhounds, where she was playing a fairly important role. Here's what the director of the show had to say. We tried our best to minimize the actress' appearance to decrease the viewer's discomfort. We did our best to increase the quality of the drama while minimizing her appearance. So she was effectively deleted from the series. That's just how quick things move there. So as you can see, this was already a celebrity's worst nightmare. She had made a really stupid mistake. Driving under the influence is one of the worst things you can do as an adult, and she was greatly suffering the consequences, but it was only the beginning. Because as time went on, she was betrayed by her friends, by people she trusted, by her own agent, all because it was the trendy thing to do. And of course, Lee Jin-ho was going to be the channel that would have every scoop on her while invading her private life with no shame. So, one of the first betrayals was her posting an Instagram story on her private Instagram account to her friends, inviting them to her birthday party, giving the date and time, and saying, bring yourself and alcohol. This was around 2 months after her DUI incident. So, naturally, people were assuming the worst. Oh, she's not cutting back on drinking. Oh, she's not even apologetic. So, the person who leaked this was a close friend of hers, and of course, Lee Jin-ho was the guy reporting on it. It didn't make her look good, but honestly, if we're going to be fair here, we don't even know if she was going to drink at the party. She could just be telling people to bring their own alcohol.
But that's crazy because that's like...
But that's not how the internet works, okay? People assume the worst immediately. And this was one of the first instances where her point of view, her side of the story, didn't even matter, all while her privacy was being completely breached. Regardless, her trial was about to begin and all eyes were on her. It ended up being anything but a normal day with multiple bombshells dropping at the same time. First things first, Seyron hired some of the best attorneys in the entire country, something that's to be expected when you're a celebrity and have a lot of money. She was facing a fine of 20 million won, which is 15,000 USD. And during the trial, she said, "This will never happen again. I'm sorry. I regret my actions and I'm reflecting on them. I've quit drinking and sold my car. I'm the breadwinner of my family and it's been difficult for me to make ends meet. Please have mercy on me." Her lawyers echoed the same thing, saying that she had to pay compensation to all the businesses that were affected and that she was struggling financially. So as of that moment, if you were on the internet, you would assume, okay, well, you're hiring a top-tier law firm or hell, even 2 law firms. You've been an actress your whole life and you're complaining about $15,000? Come on. How spoiled can someone be, right? But what was really confusing in all this was a leak that came out about her leading up to the first trial. And of course, it was none other than Lee Jin-ho again exposing to the world what it was, and it was the fact that a few months after the DUI incident, Se-ron was working a part-time job. He had received these news from an acquaintance of hers, who of course stabbed her in the back just to get some clout. But even that acquaintance didn't know exactly where she was working because she was keeping it the utmost secret, and it's clear why. But that didn't stop the rumors from circulating. Oh my god, she already fell off so quickly? Wow, how the mighty have fallen, from renowned actress to some part-time job worker. The Korean netizens were feasting on these news. Even her own agency, a month before dropping her, had confirmed that yes, she was working a part-time job at a cafe. Now, what would you think if someone who used to be a big celebrity was working part-time in a cafe? It's interesting, no? It's better than going on TikTok or going on YouTube or starting a Patreon and begging for money just for existing like many others have done before when they lost opportunities. But at this point, what you have to understand is that she could do nothing to redeem herself. She had already gone from idol to demon. Look at some of the comments on this article. I don't feel sorry for her. This is merely the consequence of her own actions, which were selfish, irresponsible.
It's like, I feel like that is crazy. Like, you truly can't make a mistake. Oh, man. It's like people just, man. It's like I can't even think about it. Like, how could you say something like this? I mean, I guess she did, but she didn't hurt nobody. I mean, she did hurt people. I mean, she hurt people indirectly. Like, they couldn't go to work and stuff like that. But I don't think I would ever be like, I don't feel sorry for you. She gotta work at a cafe? I mean, that's not even like crazy, but like, I mean, I'm pretty sure like she has to do that for money now because she said she's the breadwinner of her family and they just need something. Man. I feel like obviously in hindsight when you start looking at it after knowing what she does, it kind of, changes the whole thing. Well, but she was never going out like saying, everything's fine, like I can do whatever I want type thing. Like she was like really sorry about it.
Doing now is literally the bare minimum. I love her, but I don't like the way she or the company is going. I could be completely wrong, but seeing as how the company just confirmed the rumor easily, it just seems to me like a marketing strategy for people to look at her with sorry at the thought. So if she's trying to get a regular job, it's a PR move. And even if it wasn't, it's what she deserves. Of course, there's someone here defending her saying, come on, dude, like, are we going to stop her from getting any sort of job now? But you get the point. In any case, it wasn't like she wanted people to know that she was working a part-time job. It was leaked from someone she thought she trusted. But this didn't matter. To people, this was nothing more than marketing because obviously she's rich as hell. She had shown off her luxury apartment on a TV show at some point, which is in one of the richest areas in Seoul, with people estimating that it costs around 1.6 million USD.
I mean, they do that.
Also bearing in mind that the car she was driving during the DUI cost around $75,000 USD. So come on, struggling for money? Who are you kidding here? You can just sell your apartment and live like a queen for the rest of your life. She was effortlessly just getting hated more and more as time went on, and she didn't even have to do anything. But then she did, and it made things 1,000 times worse. A few months after these rumors of her having a part-time job started circulating, around the time the first trial was taking place, on her Instagram story she posted pictures of her wearing a well-renowned cafe's uniform, the cafe being called Mega Coffee. The lawyers really wanted to push the idea that she was struggling financially to get leniency in the trial, so they had this brilliant idea of her doing this. But then a disaster ruined all these plans because no one was expecting that Mega Coffee almost immediately called her out after these pictures were released, saying that we can confirm that Kim Se-ron has never worked as an official part-timer employee at any store in the country. The store owner of the location in question has a part-time employee who is friends with Kim Se-ron. However, the owner stated that Kim Se-ron herself never worked as an employee there. That was really bad. Now people were convinced she was faking it. She was trying to garner sympathy when she was, in fact, a millionaire. Typical. 3 days later, her lawyers reiterated in an interview she is working a part-time job due to financial hardship, and also specified that the apartment that everyone was talking about that cost 1.6 million USD was not hers. It belonged to her former agency. The lawyer even went further, saying this: The penalty for the drunk driving incident is already significant and it has caused her to take on lots of debts. The income Kim Se-ron has earned so far has been spent entirely on her parents' business and her family's living expenses. But who cares? By that time, it was too late. She was already a full-fledged demon, and there was nothing on this planet that could redeem her. The Korean netizens' reactions were very negative. Does she really think the public is stupid? Lol. So what? If you don't have money, then you should have a part-time job. Why is she making such a big deal about it? Are you cosplaying as a normal person? Working a normal part-time job in your mid-20s doesn't mean you're facing financial hardship. I'm sure she's making easy money now. What financial hardship? Does she not have good adults around her? It feels like she's constantly self-sabotaging herself, and that's how most people viewed her at this point. She couldn't stop self-sabotaging. A month later, the verdict was announced. She had to pay $15,000. She was guilty. The fine wasn't higher because she had done her utmost best to compensate the victims, and she was a first-time offender. It was actually the amount that her and her lawyers were looking for. It risked being way higher than that. And she clarified, I didn't complain about financial difficulties, but it is true that I did work part-time. Also, it is true that the penalty is high. She then said,
it's like every time when I see or hear about things like this, it just makes me see like how small we are in the grand scheme of the world. Because like by looking at this, it looks like this is like big news. You know what I mean? Like looking at these pictures, it looks like big news. Like this was everywhere, and I didn't hear about it at all. Like it was just a random person, but over there, she was a big deal. That's crazy. Just to think about, man.
Didn't complain about financial difficulties, but it is true that I did work part-time. Also, it is true that the penalty is high. She then said, I will never let this happen again. I'm sorry. One of the top comments on this article says, so she's a gaslighter now, referencing what she had said in her first hearing, how she was the main breadwinner, and saying that she had financial difficulties, and now saying that, well, she never said that. Her reputation could not for a second just catch a breath. Soon enough, the only content you could find about Se-ron were things like this. How once beloved actress Kim Se-ron fell from grace. Why K-dramas won't cast Kim Se-ron anymore with the thumbnail ruined her own career. Dang. It was official. The obsession of praising her had fully transitioned into an obsession of hating her. But the downward spiral did not stop there. This was it. Anything and everything she could ever do from this point on was seen negatively. Here's a great example of why the BBC chose to call this a Squid Game scenario, okay? At some point, Se-ron was out playing Texas Hold'em poker with, well, people she thought were her friends. This was in a pub, and you use the chips to buy food or drinks, right? This isn't illegal gambling or anything. One of her so-called friends had taken multiple very close-up pictures of her while she was enjoying her night. Then this person proceeded to sell them to this tabloid by the name of Dispatch.
Oh my gosh, bro.
How did netizens spin this? Well, they had two main conclusions from these pictures. The first one is, how is she facing financial difficulties if she's playing Texas Hold'em poker, typical liar? And the second is, how is she having a hard time in life when she's smiling?
Oh,
yeah, it's that black and white. If you're smiling in a picture, it means
my gosh. This is crazy. This is crazy. You see, this is why you're in a circle. You see, if she would have hunkered down, you know, stayed normal, stayed grounded, had some childhood, maybe like people with her, it would have been different. But she has all these fake people around her. This is why they doing this, man.
You're having a good time in life and nothing is wrong. Yeah, that's how life works apparently.
Like,
now,
you can't trust nobody, right? Nobody.
Like, I thought she was struggling financially, or I knew it. She's not actually struggling financially. I mean, she's playing a Texas Hold'em poker game. She's a millionaire. But surprisingly, many others were supportive at her insane breach of privacy here. One netizen said, it gives me goosebumps how the pictures were taken so close. Looks like one of her friends took those pictures. Does she have no proper friends at all? These pictures were sold to Dispatch. Isn't this her privacy? It's giving me goosebumps. But unfortunately, in the grand scheme of things, that didn't matter because Dispatch was pushing its own narrative. Here's what they had to say. It isn't an issue that Kim Se-ron enjoys playing Hold'em, but her appearance at the poker table touching her chips seem inconsistent with her claims that she is facing financial hardship. According to the informant, who was obviously a friend who stabbed her in the back, Kim Se-ron charged her chips more than once. She also ordered a beer at around 12 a.m. She is alleged to have played for over 3 hours. So even
you know what's crazy too? It's the tabloids also. They really don't care. They just want the scoop, right? So you could write this false article right here, and this could spin somebody to delete, right? And then you'll just sit there and just go to bed the next day like like that sucks what happened, but it's not my fault. You know what I mean? And obviously, I'm not saying like anybody should, and you never know like what will tip somebody over. Just like that one guy, she didn't know playing around with that guy would make him travel and find her. She didn't know that, but it ended up happening. So man, it's crazy. It's truly crazy. Can we just get? I mean, not like we don't even need to know about this for real. Ah man, it sucks, but this is how the world is, right?
With people you think are friends is enough to cause such a stir. What kind of life is this? I truly wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. At the same time, of course, Lee Jin-ho had made multiple videos on her and had made a video about the fact that she was playing Texas Hold'em poker. And as she was dealing with the fact that she was absolutely betrayed by someone in her inner circle, another really stupid controversy arose as well. She had posted this picture on her Instagram with the actor Kim Soo-hyun, and just these cheeks touching was regarded by netizens as skinship, and they were absolutely outraged at the fact that she could be dating him. So his agency immediately put out a statement saying, guys, we can confirm he is not in a relationship, and we will pursue legal action against anyone making up rumors. It's like, bro, can this woman catch a break? She can't even post a picture.
Gosh.
Things were getting ridiculous.
Skinship?
But still, according to Sehron and her acquaintances, she was not giving up, which was very admirable. At this point, she had gone on a hiatus for a couple years. It was 2024. And she was getting ready to get back into acting. She was going to star in a play called Dong Chi-mi. But here's the thing. At a certain point, as we got closer to 2025, she started posting cryptic Instagram stories. People didn't really know what to think of them, and her last post on Instagram was this picture right here on January 18th with the caption, Blue Heart. Around a month later, on February 17th, she was meant to meet up with a friend. Her friend noticed that she was being unresponsive. She went to her apartment, and that was when she found her. Bringing us back full circle to the article from the BBC calling this the real-life Squid Game. But what's the logic behind calling it that? Well, it's because it was said by a psychiatry professor at Yale University by the name of Na Jung-ho. He likened the frequency of celebrity deaths in South Korea to a real-life version of Squid Game, saying our society abandons those who stumble and moves on as if nothing happened. How many more lives must be lost before we stop inflicting this destructive, suffocating shame on people? Drunk driving is a big mistake. There would be a problem with our legal system if that goes unpunished. However, a society that buries people who make mistakes without giving them a second chance is not a healthy one. As soon as you make one mistake, as soon as this fantasy centered around your idol image gets cracked just a little bit, people leave you behind to die if necessary. And that's exactly what's been happening forever in South Korea. The real tragedy in all this is that most of her suffering came from things that weren't confirmed. They were assumptions. It's only after her death and around her funeral, which was 2 days after her passing, that we started to finally get confirmation on the real news that were happening behind the scenes during her life. For example, we got confirmation that she was indeed suffering from financial difficulties and that she was going through severe depression, and honestly, I'm not surprised. She had accrued debts of over 486,000 USD before her death. That's because she had visited every single store out of the 57 stores she had impacted with the destruction of the Transformer and given them compensation.
Oh! Yo! Nah. Bro. 57 stores that were damaged because she hit the transformer. So the electrical thing. Which set them, like, their business off because they didn't have electricity. She went to them and paid them. So she broke now. And everybody's just like, oh no, she can't be broke. This is insane, bro. This is like, and I know Titan was joking around when he was like, oh, Zoe's like, this is just like in those Japanese animes I be watching. Listen, this story right here is insane. She made a mistake, hit a Terminator, right? or Transformer. It's the Terminator, right? That's what it's called. No, not a Terminator. Is it called Terminator? I think it's called Terminator. No, it's a Transformer. That's what it's called. It's a Transformer. She hit that thing. No power, right? She was drunk. Bad. License suspension, sure. Yo, it was a mistake. And then now she has backstabbers. She's like, hey, I got a party. Bring your own, whatever, because I'm not buying none. Somebody screenshots it, sends it to the drama police. He's like, oh, look, I guess she's not. I guess she's still drinking. And now everybody's like, wow, she's still a drunk. She's like, what? I'm not even drinking anymore. She goes to have fun. Finally, she's been depressed. She's like, I just want to play some poker. I'm not even gambling with money. And then another backstabbing friend sends it to the press. And it's like, oh, I want to get like my 5 seconds of fame. She's gambling. You see, she's not in trouble with money. What? I'm not even gambling with money. Why are people making all these? And then she posts a picture to her Instagram. Private Instagram, by the way. They take it. Oh, well, look at her face is touching this guy's face. They have to be together. Wow. Man, I'm done. She can't do nothing, bro. That's insane. That is insane. And you got to think about, obviously you can think about it logically, like, man, I wouldn't do nothing like that. But in a country like South Korea, especially with how the people are very unconfrontational, right? In East Asian countries, most of them, right? So you can tell, like, that's why, like, the face touching is such a big deal, because they don't even hold hands like that. You know what I mean? They don't even hug like that. Like, it's normalized here, but like, you can't walk up to a random person and give them a hug like that in these countries, because they just feel like, yo, this is too invasive. It's insane.
Of the cash available on hand. I mean, who the hell has 500,000 liquid dollars in their bank? So she had to get indebted to her agency. But don't worry, because things are about to get way more tragic. On the day of her funeral, a reporter by the name of Choi Jung-ah revealed to us that just like everyone else, she also was biased against Se-ron, saying, I saw an article claiming that Kim Se-ron wasn't really working but exaggerating her financial troubles, so I also had some prejudices. Then by chance, she visited a cafe with a friend in Seoul. Her friend remarked that the very motivated worker there kind of looked like Se-ron, and that's when the reporter actually realized, wait a second, that's actually her. After this realization, the reporter admitted, I felt ashamed of the prejudices I had about her. She then left her a note with her business card writing, I was one of the people who misunderstood after reading the article, and I'm really sorry. I want to apologize on behalf of the current articles, and I hope that we can meet again under better circumstances and conduct an interview for a movie. Movie might just be a bad translation for a video, but you get the point. The cafe owner later contacted the reporter and said, Kim Se-ron went up to the rooftop and cried for a long time after reading your note. And that was the last time she was ever in contact with her. They never did the interview. This obviously frustrated a lot of people. Why are you only revealing this on the day of her funeral? So we can 100% confirm she was actually working a part-time job. Her decision not to reveal where exactly might be related to the fact that she didn't want the business she was working for to receive any hate. Her lawyers really wanted to push the fact that she was struggling financially.
It makes me mad. It makes me really mad when, like, really good people like this decide to end it like that. You know what I mean? Because it's like, we don't have enough people like this in the world. Like, listen, I had a Transformer. It's a Transformer. Yeah. I keep thinking of the thing. Bro, listen, I apologize wholeheartedly. Suspend license, everything. You think I'm going to... Listen. I'm not trying to say, like, I'm like a terrible person. But, like, you think I'm driving to every single location that is connected to this Transformer? What? Even if I had the bread. Listen, I would definitely pay to get the thing fixed. But what? She went into debt. We're going back to another indebted person. She went into debt to help this guy. I mean, everybody that were affected by this. She went into debt to help them. What have Oh my gosh. It's truly crazy. It's really crazy. Like, we don't have enough people like this in the world, man. And they just keep kicking her. She's like, yo. She posted one last picture. And it was it.
To post pictures of her in a
24
uniform at Mega Coffee, even though she didn't actually work there. They just didn't expect that Mega Coffee would come in so quickly and deny the fact that she works there because they didn't want bad PR. If they had said nothing, people would assume she was working there and they would maybe even boycott Mega Coffee because they hated Seiron so much. What's even crazier and more tragic in all this is the fact that she was actually constantly looking for new part-time jobs to work. But she'd be constantly getting refused purely because of who she was, so she was actually in the process of changing her name just so that she can work other jobs. She wasn't just blacklisted from acting, she was blacklisted from society. I mean, how crazy is this?
Oh my gosh.
Just for perspective, the head of the opposition party in South Korean politics and the man most likely to become the next president also has a pretty damn bad DUI. Where does this society draw the line? I don't understand. The fate of these celebrities is usually defined by the media coverage. They are to blame just like the toxic netizens. During Seiron's funeral, her father made a very rare public appearance and spoke to reporters telling them that he believes one of the main reasons why Seiron took her own life was because of one particular YouTuber who caused her so much emotional anguish. Her father was referring to none other, of course, than Lee Jin-ho. And to make matters worse, very shortly after she passed away, he removed every single video he had ever made about her. Wow. He, of course, received backlash, because why would you? If you didn't feel guilty, why would you do that? He then went ahead and streamed for an hour addressing
hold up.
And obviously...
Hold up. This guy better not. I don't even know what, like... If I'm not even trying to laugh. It's not even funny. But if this guy does, bro...
As you can tell by the dislikes, people weren't too happy with this. He started off the live stream by offering his condolences, saying, "I cannot begin to imagine the pain her family is going through. The situation has really saddened me as well. I sincerely wish for the late Kim Seiron to rest in peace." But then refuted the allegations that he had harassed her while she was still alive, calling such claims baseless, saying that I have enough evidence to counter these accusations. He continued by saying that the videos he made about her were carefully reviewed before being published, saying, "I only uploaded content after verifying it with her acquaintances and agency representatives." To support his claim, he released an audio recording of a conversation he had with Seiron's last manager. The manager said the claim that you tormented Kim Seiron is completely untrue. In this same conversation, you could hear Lee Jin-ho say, "For 2 years, we shared the sentiment that while Kim Seiron had made mistakes, she still needed a means to support herself. She should be given a chance to continue some form of work." He argued that this was the motivation behind his videos discussing Kim's financial struggles, including her part-time job at a cafe in Seongsu-dong in Seoul and her tutoring of aspiring actors as a form of volunteer work. He then said that at some point he had discussions with the agency of Seiron to give her an interview because she had an urgent need for a career comeback, specifying her agency was actively involved in these discussions and I incorporated their input into my videos. And now here's the best part, okay? After being dropped from her first agency, Seiron stealthily signed with another agency a couple years later while getting ready for her comeback. Here's what he had to say about it, okay? He said, "I knew that revealing Kim Seiron had signed with an agency would provoke public criticism. The media had been scrutinizing every aspect of her life, and I genuinely wanted her to be given another chance. That's why I deliberately refrained from covering any unfavorable aspects regarding her." Bro, I have never in my entire life seen someone more delusional than this idiot. He's making this all seem like he was doing her a favor when he was leaking things that no one had known about her without her consent while completely breaching her privacy. One of the top comments on this livestream calls this out directly. Some of the titles he used were ridiculous, like "The Two Faces of Kim Seiron, the Final Hardships of a Part-Time Worker's Life." Or, "Kim Seiron has taken a selfie again. Did she disappear after marriage rumors? I contacted her directly." And when he contacted her, the number said it doesn't exist, so he was just calling her number without her knowing he had her number. He also was using her manager as a way for him to justify his actions, but here's the thing. You had her manager's approval. You had her agency's approval. You had her friends and acquaintances who leaked things about her and their approval. But when did she ever approve anything? When was she ever given a choice? Everyone was playing with her life like a Barbie doll, and she never was able to say yes or no to anything. They can deny it all they want, but at the end of the day, they have blood on their hands. But of course, the question on everyone's minds right now is this going to lead to meaningful change in South Korea's celebrity culture? Well, no. Some K-pop stans are already ready to start waging war on yet another celebrity.
blaming him for the death of Seiran because she just so happened to die on his birthday. Like, dude, come on.
Oh my god. Imagine.
It's so
That's crazy. Listen, this thing needs to stop. But it's like, what are you gonna do? So it's my birthday. So now it's me. It's my fault. Oh my god. This is the craziest thing ever.
yet another celebrity, blaming him for the death of Seiran because she just so happened to die on his birthday. Like, dude, come on, just please make this make sense. Do you want him to die too? It's so weird, man. It's almost comical if we weren't actually dealing with people's real lives. As it stands, the final piece of Kim Seiran's legacy is a film she's already filmed before that's going to release in the second half of 2025. Its title is Every Day We Are, and I'm sure it'll do good because dead actors typically sell more tickets than the ones who are alive. Overall, I think this story is very tragic because for the majority of it, Seiran never was able to give any form of consent to the information that was being leaked about her, whether from her lawyers, her acquaintances, her friends,
this is
whatever.
like
She was
sad.
betrayed by people she thought she could trust every step of the way, and the public feasted on it.
Yo,
already
this is
making up their minds about
crazy.
what kind of person she is. She was never able to set the record straight, and unfortunately, it's because she understood at a very early age, when she was 13, that it wouldn't have mattered. And because of that, we lost yet another South Korean celebrity.
Oh
I hope
my
that she can rest
gosh.
in peace, and I hope that she's the final casualty of this very weird culture. But as it stands right now, the way I see it, 2025 is going to be filled with cases like this. That's just how things go in South Korea. It's just one big game of Squid Game, where as soon as you make a mistake, you get left behind and you die. Thank you so much for watching until the end. I really
It's
appreciate it, and
crazy.
I'll see you in the next
It's
video,
crazy
whenever that
'cause it's
is.
like-
Please stay safe, and I love you.
It's crazy because it's like, man, like just hearing everything she tried. You know what I mean? Especially because when she said she's a breadwinner of her family, you have to also think about, since she's been hot since, like, she was like, that would be a weird statement to say. I'm not even going to say it. But she's just been popping since she's been 9, right? So this whole time, she's been up, right? So obviously her family could be like being like she can be providing for her family. She could be provided for her family, right? So this whole time they're relying on her, and then she hits this one thing. She makes this one mistake. Once again, it's a really bad thing, right? Glad nobody got hurt, like physically. And then she hits the transformer, Brian. Listen, she hit the transformer, shutting off all the electricity. All these businesses are out because they don't have electricity because it's broken. She goes to all of the stores, 57 stores, pays them all, right? All of the stores. She's indebted $50,000, I think, $50,000, bro. She gets into debt for that, right? And then after that, everybody just starts hating her. And she's like, yo, okay, let me go get a job. They fire her because they find out that she works there. The company just hated her, so they fired her. She tries to get a whole bunch of other jobs. Nobody wants to hire her. She was thinking of changing her name just to get a job. She takes a picture with some random guy. I mean, not random guy, but this guy that she knew. Oh, now everybody thinks that they're dating. So now they get on her for that. And she's like, yo, I can't have fun? I can't just take a picture with a friend? Oh my gosh. Man, it's crazy. Especially because you hear stories like this, but when you see it, when you have a face to it, it just hits different, you know? Like once you just see the person and you just start seeing, like you see her in her little apron, like she was trying for real. She tried everything. And they just didn't let her breathe, man. And then everybody in her circle was just backstabbing her. Now she couldn't trust nobody. She can't trust nobody. Because everywhere she went, they took a picture of her. And sent it to the... Oh, man. It's crazy. It's truly crazy, man. Like she couldn't breathe. They didn't let her live. Man, it sucks. It truly does. But yeah, guys, that's gonna be it for me. I actually have to head out. So I hope you guys enjoyed. We did more than last stream, definitely. Look, very nice. I hope. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah. I actually have to go to the airport. Actually, no, I'm good. Tomorrow, I'm good. Tomorrow's Tuesday, yeah. Peace out, Harris. Peace, love, and high grease. Have a good one, guys. Man, truly crazy, truly sad, truly sad. Have a blessed one. Good night. Oyashimi, oyashimi, oyashimi.